So you asked about the pen store?
The pen, yes, my lord. So you agree with me that there can only be one truth?
Stem nie saam met my dat kan dit een waarheid wees.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Okay. And if you have two different versions regarding one incident, obviously one will be a truth and one will be a lie.
As u as 'n persoon twee weergawe het oor 'n sekere voorval, een van die twee sal die waarheid wees, een sal die leuns wees. Is dit so nie?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, just to make sure you understand,
Om seker te maak dat u verstaan,
I want to ask you, did you smoke drugs on Sunday the 18th of February 2024?
het u dwelms gerook die Sondag die 18de van die tweede maand 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
At which part of the day would you say that you had taken drugs?
Wanneer die dag, watter gedeelte van die dag kan u voorop sê het u die dwelms gerook?
As het nou is van die Sondag.
Is it now the Sunday?
Yes.
Yes, on a Sunday.
Dat was die namiddag gewees.
The afternoon.
Can you recall what time in the afternoon?
Kan u onthou hoe laat dit so was?
Ik weet niet precies wat dit was geweest, nee, my lord.
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Was it before supper time?
Was het voor nachteten?
That's correct, my lord.
What drugs did you smoke?
Watter dwelms het u gerook of gebruik?
Tak, my lord.
Tik.
Where did you get that tuck from?
Waar vandaan het u die tik gekry?
Ik heb bij samen een vriend gerookt.
Kan u herhaal asseblief?
Samen met een vriend.
I smoked with a friend.
And who is that friend?
Wie sou die vriend was?
Ik ken niet nou een naam in my lord, maar ze blijft aan Marikana.
I don't know her name now, but she stays in
Marikana.
Marikana.
Okay. Where did you, or who provided the drugs that you smoked?
Wie het voorsiening gemaakt vir die dwelms dat u gerook het? Wie het met dit gekom?
Die vriend het dit gekoop.
The friend bought it, my lord.
And where did you consume these drugs?
Waar het u hierdie drugs gebruik, hierdie dwelms gebruik?
Bij haar huis.
At her house?
Just one moment, I just want to make a note.
Thank you, my lord.
Just when I do my cross references, I must always remember to write the number of the book I'm in, because I put a paragraph number, a page number in the book, but I'm on book 2. Today we'll go into book 3 of my notes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, when you testified in examination in chief,
Toe u getuig het in hoofgetuie,
you told the court that you smoked drugs only that evening.
u het vir die hof gesê u het net dwelms gerook daai namiddag.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And also in your examination in chief, you told the court that
Ook in die kwestie van vraging hoofgetuie,
before Ayanda left that morning for the car wash,
voor Ayanda die oggend sou gaan vir die kawas,
you asked him for either 30 rand or 60 rand in order to buy tuk.
u het hom gevra vir R30 of vir R60 om tik te koop.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
How many times that day did he give you money to buy tuk?
Hoeveel keer op hierdie dag het hy vir u geld gegee om tik te koop?
Net een keer.
Only once?
And you're certain that this money was given to you in the morning?
U is seker dat hierdie geld vir u sou gegee was die oggend.
Die geld wat Ayanda nou gegee het, dit was nie die oggend gewees nie.
The money that Ayanda gave me was not the morning.
You just confirmed. I said to you in your examination in chief, that's what you told the court.
U het nou net bevestig dat u in die hoofgetuie dat u kwessie van vraging gedurende u hoofgetuie u dit nie opgesê.
Dit was nie die oggend gewees nie.
No, she asked him
It was
for
not
the
the
money.
morning.
She asked him for the money in the morning. She asked him if he has money, she must give him money for tuk. But she never said he gave her the money in the morning.
Thank you, my lord. Did he give you the money in the morning? Did he give you the money in the morning, Ayanda?
Het hy vir u die geld gegee die oggend?
Nee, my lord.
No.
When did he give it to you?
Wanneer het hy vir u die geld gegee?
Dit was die namiddag gewees.
In the afternoon, my lord.
Was the money sent to you, or did you bring, or he give it to you himself?
Hierdie geld wat u so gekry het, was dit na u te gebring of het u dit self gaan haal?
Hy het dit vir my gebring.
He brought it to me. He brought it to me.
The money, he brought the money to you.
Die geld.
That's correct, my lord.
Did he bring it himself?
Het hy persoonlik gekom?
Hy het dit vir my gebring, my lord.
He brought it himself, my lord.
And then, what did you do with the money?
Wat het u daar met die geld gedoen?
Ek het vir my tuk gekoop.
Hy bought me tuk.
And what did you do with it? Did you not just say that you were with your friend and your friend was the one who had arranged it?
That's correct, my lord.
So what did you do with the money that was given to you?
Aangesien die vriend so vir u tuk gekoop het, wat het u gemaak met die geld wat u gegee was?
Ek het vir my weer daarna tuk gekoop van die geld.
I bought myself again tuk after that with the money.
So did you smoke more than one occasion on Sunday?
So het u meer as een keer gerook?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And on the Monday, the 20th and 19th of February, how many times did you smoke that day?
En die 19de die maandag, Februarie jaar 2024, hoeveel keer het u hierdie dag?
Ek het 2 keer gerook.
I smoked twice.
You say you smoked twice. Can you recall the first time, what time of day it was when you smoked on that Monday?
U het gesê u het 2 keer gerook. Kan u onthou wanneer u vir die eerste keer op begin het rook?
Die maandag die wat ek na Boeta toe gegaan het, wat ek die medals gehad het.
The Monday when I went to Buta, when I had the mandrakes.
Can you recall the time?
Kan u onthou die tyd?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Who was present besides accused number 1?
Behalwe beskuldig nommer 1, wie anders was by gewees?
Die tyd wat ek gerook het saam met Boeta,
When I was smoking with number 1.
And the second time, when was that?
This,
That was a question.
yeah, that wasn't the answer to the question. The question was, when you smoked the first time on that Monday,
saam met Boeta, die medals.
only Buddha,
Net Buta.
Ek het die Boeta alleen gerook.
Me and Buta are the only ones who smoke, my lord.
Did anyone join you while you were smoking?
Toe julle besig was om te rook, het iemand anders by julle gekom te rook?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes.
Who was that?
Wie was dit?
Dit was Stefano.
It was Stefano.
And on the second occasion on that day,
En die tweede keer op die dag,
Het ek alleen gerook.
I smoked alone.
can you recall the time?
Kan u onthou die tyd?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And this was tik as well.
Was dit tik geweest?
Dat ek het alleen die tik gerook en saam met Boeta het ek die medals gerook.
I smoked the tik alone. And I smoked the mandrakes with Buta.
So you used both mandrax and tik on that Monday.
So hierdie dag het die beide tik en mandrakes gebruik.
Dis korrek.
Where did you smoke this tik alone?
Waar het hierdie tik gerook?
By my huis.
At my house.
before you go on, can I just take it one step back? I take it it's the quarter mandrax that you got for the sling bag that you smoked with Buddha.
Hierdie mandrakes wat jy so gerook het, die hof sê dat is moontlik die kwart mandrakes wat jy by die persoon gekry het vir die sling bag.
That's correct, my lord.
That it conforms, my lord?
And Stevino, was he there all the time?
Was Stevino die hele dag gewees?
Steffi die achterna, toe ek klaar gerook het, kom Steffi aan toe ons klaar gerook het.
After we finished smoking, my lord, then Stefano arrived there.
Thank you, I just wanted to clear that up. So he arrived after the quarter mandrax was smoked.
So het gekom nadat die hele die kwart mandrakes gerook het.
That's correct.
That's right.
We can go back to the second time with the smoking of the tik alone.
Thank you, my Lord. Do you agree with me that this is the first time we are hearing that you smoked twice on the Monday?
Stem u saam? Dit is die eerste keer dat u sou sê die maandag het u 2 keer gerook.
No, my lord, I wish to object to that. Her evidence was that she had smoked with Buddha, the quarter mandrax tablet, and that evening she did buy a brick and she did smoke alone in the house.
Let me just check. seem to recall that as well. Just now. So there was the incident of the 30 Rand. That was on the Sunday. So when she testified on the Friday, it became a bit confusing. Then she went back to the 19th, and then she went on to the 23rd. I have to go through my notes. I can't recall whether she in fact said she smoked that evening.
My Lord, I'll proceed. I'll come back to that at a later stage.
Okay, they were smoking in the microwave. Now, on my notes, when she was dealing with the 19th, there was another tik that she got from Gums in that sequence. Because she was relating the story that, remember, we now have the mandrax. That was midday during the day after the sling bag. Then she narrates the story about the woman with the green clothes again, and she didn't see the number plate. I'm looking at my notes. Thereafter she went home. Then there's again, because I always had this 60 rand and 30 rand, not on the Sunday, it was on the Monday. So that might be new. Let's leave that for now. Then she says Ayanda came home. She asked him for the money for Turk, 60 rand. He gave her 30 rand so that she can go buy Turk. She then went, she left the kids with him, said she was going to Gums to buy the Turk. He told her to hurry up, I'm paraphrasing, because he had to go back to work. That's when she saw Kelly came back from work, and then the gas bottle incident happened. So, yes, Ms. Swanepoel is most probably correct.
Thank you, my lord. Now, ma'am, before we adjourned yesterday,
Voordat ons gister vandaag het,
I was questioning you about Exhibit R, your
ek het vir u vraag gevra
Your
in verband
statement,
met Wester R.
your statement that you made to the lady with the grey or white hair.
Die verklaring wat u gemaak het voor die dame met die grys op wit hare.
That's correct, my lord.
And you confirmed that that statement cannot be relied upon.
Can you repeat again?
You confirmed that that statement cannot be relied upon.
U het gesê, u het bevestig dat 'n persoon kan nie op daai verklaring rely staat maak.
That's correct, my lord.
And the reasons that you gave to us were that you did not trust the person recording your statement,
Die rede was dat u het die persoon vertrou wat u die verklaring sou gegee het nie.
and secondly, you were under the influence.
En die tweede rede was dat u was onder die invloed.
That's correct.
That's right.
I also asked you if there was any other reason.
Ek het ook vir u gevra of daar enige ander rede was.
Nee, my lord.
No.
Don't think the witness understands the question.
Thank you, madam. Is there any other reason why you say we cannot trust what's in your confession or your statement made to the lady with the white hair?
Behalwe die twee redes wat u gegee het omdat u die persoon vertrou, is daar enige ander rede?
Ik was een beetje bang geweest ook voor haar.
I was a little bit scared of her, my lord,
Want ik het te vaak ken om alles voor haar te vertellen.
because she was unknown to me, for me to tell her everything.
Any other reason?
Nog een rede?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Did you not tell us that one of the reasons why you could have made a mistake is because you were very nervous?
Het u ook gesê die ander rede waarom u nie vanaf alles gesê het vertel het, u was 'n bietjie nervous?
That's correct, my lord.
Is it not correct that this person with the white hair who recorded your statement came to you because you informed the police that you want to make a statement?
Is dit nie reg korrek nie dat hierdie persoon wat u vir die verklaring sou gegee het, sê het na u toe kom nadat u vir die polisie gesê het u wil 'n verklaring maak?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So you know why she came to you.
So u het geweet waarom sy na u toe gekom het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So when you told us that this lady just appeared and told you she's there to take your statement, you did not know or understand why, was that correct?
As u so gesê het dan hierdie dame het opgedag en vir 'n verklaring het u geweet waarom nie. Dit was nie reg geweest nie.
Dis correct, my lord. Kan meneer of my weer herhalen asseblief, want ik verstaan nou niet.
Can you repeat that? I don't understand.
You told us that this lady came to you and wanted you to make a statement. You did not know why she came to you.
U het gesê, hierdie dame het na u toe gekom en vir u gevra om 'n verklaring te maak. U het nie geweet waarom sy verklaring sou.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, but now you're also saying you asked to make a statement.
Maar u het ook gesê u het gevra om 'n verklaring te gee.
That's correct.
That's right.
So which one is correct? She came to you, you did not know why, or you asked to speak to someone to make a statement?
Ik het gevra...
Wat is de rechte ene dat u sê na u toe gekom het, u het nie van geken of u het gevra om 'n verklaring te maak?
Dat is correct. Ik het gevra om een verklaring te maken.
I asked to make a statement.
Why did you want to make a statement?
Hoekom wou u 'n verklaring gee? Aflê.
Maar Lord, ik versta het niet, maar ik versta het zelf van mij gezegd dat ik een statement gemaakt heb, die politiemensen wat naar mij toe gekomen en mij komen halen.
I don't really understand, my lord, but what did the police who came to me explain to me?
Hij heeft van mij gezegd, maar daar een vrouw komt naar mij toe.
They said to me, a lady would come to me.
En dan had ik een verklaring bij haar hier maken.
Then I must give a statement.
Door.
Did you not tell the police, I want to explain everything I know?
Het u nie vir die polisie gesê, ek wil alles verduidelik wat ek van kennis dra nie?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
So is that not the reason why they took you to the lady?
As dit nie die rede waarom u met die dame gepraat het nie?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, it was upon your request and voluntarily that you decided to make a statement.
Dit is op u se versoek dat u besluit het om 'n verklaring af te lê.
Dat is correct.
That's right.
And you were comfortable with the person recording your statement.
Die persoon wat die verklaring met u van u geneem het, u was comfortable, my lord. Gemaklik om 'n verklaring af te lê.
Die persoon.
Die persoon wat u so met die verklaring gegee het, u was gemaklik met haar.
Niet reageren.
Not really.
What caused you not to be comfortable?
Wat maak u dat u nie met haar gemak was nie?
Van zoals ik gezegd het voor, ik was een beetje bangerig van geweest. En het is mijn eerste keer dat ik voor iemand gepraat heb en een statement te geven. En het was een beetje stressig geweest.
As I said earlier, my lord, is that I was a little scared of her. It was going to be my first time for me to make a statement in front of a person, and I was a little bit nervous.
Would you say that you had more than 3 opportunities to come clean and speak the truth?
Kan u sê dat u meer as 3 geleenthede gehad om die waarheid te praat?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And you never took up any of those opportunities?
Sê u het geen van hierdie geleenthede van gebruik gemaak nie?
Ik het.
I did.
When?
Wanneer?
Er was die tijd geweest dat ik in die gevangenis geweest dat kapitein Lombaard naar mij toegekomen en samen met meneer Eben van Donder.
It was when Captain Lombard came to me whilst I was in custody and Advocate Van Tonder.
Which month was that, if you recall?
As u kon onthou watter maand sou dit wees?
Ik kan niet nou onthouden. Ik denk was oktobermaand geweest, voor oktobermaand.
I think it was in October or before October month, my lord.
And prior to October month, you did have opportunities, but you never make use of them.
Maar voor Oktober het u die geleenthede gehad, maar het u daarvan gebruik gemaakt.
Ik heb gebruik gemaakt van voor oktober maand het ik mijn 204 verklaring die waarheid gegeven.
I did take an opportunity because before October I made it, as witness says, a 204 statement.
Ma'am, your 204 statement was made in October.
Die 204 verklaring was geneem in Oktober.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Before your 204 statement, did you make use of any opportunity to speak the truth and come clean?
Voor die 204 verklaring het u gelegenheid gebruik om die waarheid te praten.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
When was that?
Wanneer zou dit wees?
Dat was voor oktober maand dat ik voor kapitein Lombaard en voor Iben van Donder vertel.
Before October, when I told Captain Lombard and Advocate Van Donder.
Let me just check something. We know that she appeared from March onwards in the Magistrates Court in Vredenburg, as a matter of fact.
Het is een feit dat jullie zo beginnen verschijnen van maart maand in Vredenburg landroskantoor.
When you appeared in the Magistrates Court, that's the court in Vredenburg.
Toen u zo verschijnen in die landroskantoor in Vredenburg,
did you have a legal representative?
het u een procureur gehad?
Toen ik in Vredenburg geweest heb.
Yes.
Ja.
Ik heb een lawyer gehad, my lord.
I had a legal representative, my lord.
And who was that?
Wie was die persoon?
Ik weet niet of het een kleerling is of wat, maar voor mij gelijk was het toen je al was gemixt, Koza en Kala. Ik kan niet van mijn lord zeggen wat een soort mensen het is, maar ik heb een lawyer gehad, want ik had sinds na aan de lawyer toe.
And, yeah.
Either of a Kosa or a colored one, but they were mixed, my lord. But I had someone representing me.
Do you know the name of the person?
Kan u de naam van de persoon onthou?
Nee, my lord.
No.
In one of the answers now you said you changed.
U het ongeveer gesê u het gechanged.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct, my lord.
So I take it there was a second legal representative.
Second.
Legal representative.
So dis die tweede procureur wat u gekry het toe u gechanged het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And do you know who that person was?
Die persoon wat toe gechanged was, die tweede ene, weet u wat sy naam is?
Dat is Iben van Donder.
Dat is Mr. Van Donder.
Good. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivnarayan. I'm just trying to get a timeline because you're going on the question of whether she had opportunities, and I'm not sure whether the legal representatives would then have approached the prosecution, etc. But
Thank
you
my
can
lord.
continue.
Thank you, my lord. You agree with me, your first opportunity was the night the cops arrived and the search for Joshlin began. That was your first opportunity.
Sal u met my saamstem? Die eerste geleentheid so was die dag, die aand toe die polisie daar was om op soek na Joshlin. Dit was die eerste geleentheid om gebruik daarmee te maak.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And you did not take up that opportunity.
Maar u het gebruik gemaak van eie geleentheid.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Was that the first opportunity? Was the first opportunity not on Sunday, the 18th, when she became aware of the planning?
That is correct. That is correct, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
To reach out. Then, having slept on it, the next morning, when Kelly was gone, let's accept she might have been under the influence of Kelly or scared of Kelly, because she said she was hesitant. There was another opportunity. Kelly's not there. she's been told that they must keep Joshlin for 2 o'clock. To go to somebody and say, they're going to take this child at 2 o'clock. Then, instead of going home and buying tuck, of course we don't know what the influence of the drugs would have been, because Kelly is gone to alert. All of those potential opportunities. But the first opportunities where she encountered the authorities was on that night. So I just thought I'll clarify that with you.
Thank you, my lord.
So the first time that you saw a police official inquiring was that evening of the 19th.
Die eerste keer wat u polisiebeampte sou sien was die navraag van die 19de van Februarie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
And you did not say anything to the police official?
U het niks van die polisie gesê.
Niks gesê nie.
Nothing, my lord.
Why not?
Hoekom nie?
Ek het vir Kelly gesê, maar die polisie het daar gestaan,
I told Kelly because whilst the police was standing there,
maar die polisie het weggeloop.
but the police walked away.
My question to you is, why did you yourself not tell them?
My vraag aan u, hoekom het u self nie dit aan die polisie gesê nie?
Want ek was bang geweest en ek het geweet om vir die polisie te sê nie, en ons moet ons mond hou en vir niemand vertel het nie.
I was scared. I didn't know how to tell the police. After we decided just not to tell anyone, we must keep quiet.
You were scared to tell them, but you told Kelly to tell them.
He was bang for hulle te sê, maar hy het vir Kelly wel gesê.
Dis korrek.
That's right.
But what were you scared of?
Wat was hy bang voor?
Hulle gaf my opsluit.
They were going to lock me up.
And then you were arrested.
Hy was gearresteerd.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That was the other opportunity you had.
No. I'm going to get to the next opportunity. Did the fact that you were still expecting to receive some money, the 1,000 rand, play any role in you not telling the police on the evening of the 19th?
Het die hoop dat u 1,000 sou kry enige rol gespeel dat u die polisie moet vertel?
Dis reg so, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
What role did it play?
Wat 'n rol het dit gespeel?
Ons moet vir niemand sê nie.
We were not supposed to tell anyone.
So the next occasion is not the arrest, because remember, Constable Segobe, on the afternoon of the 20th, that's Exhibit O.
Yes, thank you, Manad. I actually made a mistake. I thought that Segobe's statement was taken on 19. I will deal with that.
No, that was taken on
The 20th.
the 20th. The people that were there
Thank you, Manad.
on the evening was, of course, Kubese and Gongota. Remember, they went,
Yes, Manad.
and Nilo was with, and Ayanda was not happy with them bringing the police there. I don't know why. Oh, it was taken out. So Kobese's affidavit is Exhibit K, and Gongota's is Exhibit B. But I just want us to complete the night of the 19th. But you did give a version to the police that evening of the 19th.
Maar u het 'n weergawe aan die polisie gegee die aand van die 19e.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
That version that you gave to the police, thank you, my lord. Was that correct?
Die weergawe wat u vir die polisie gesê het op die 19e die aand, was dit korrek geweest?
Dit was reg geweest.
Was correct?
I'm referring to Exhibit K.
Ek verwys na bewysstuk K.
Make it easier. Don't have to go to the statement with the witness, because we know the witness get confused. We're now talking about the night when the police came there. It was late in the evening, maybe early hours of the morning, and Ayanda opened the door and they asked whether you were there, and then he called you. And you recall that evening.
Kan u nou onthou ons praat van die aand? Dit was moontlik baie laat geweest of oggendure toe die polisie daar opgedaag.
Op watter
Ayanda
dag?
maak toe die deur oop waar Ayanda toe vir u laat roep het.
As het die maandag of die zondag?
Dit is die maandag.
De
Monday
maandag.
evening.
Monday.
Die maandag aan, na load shedding.
That's right. That's why I'm saying it could have been the early hours of the morning, because we know load shedding was from 10 till midnight.
That's correct, my lord.
And that's also where he was upset with them bringing the police to the house.
Dis die tyd toe ongelukkig was toe hulle omdat hulle die polisie na sy huis toe gebring het.
So that's the time we're talking about.
Ons praat van daai tyd.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. Now, you understand which part or which time we are referring to?
Verstaan u wat die tyd wat maak ons verwysing van?
That's correct, my lord.
You remember when you made that statement to the police official on that night?
Kan u die verklaring onthou wat u aan die polisie gemaak het daai aand?
Ik heb die aan te verklaren genomen.
That's
I
again
didn't give a
where,
statement that night.
that's again where the confusion comes in. It might be linguistically correct to say it was a statement, but to make it easier for the witness, we should maybe ask her, what did she tell the police?
Thank you, my lord. When you were interviewed by Constable Kobe, what did you say to him?
Not Kobe. It's Kobe's.
Kobe's. Apologies, my lord.
Toe u met Constable Kobese gepraat het, wat het u vir hom gesê?
Is dat nou die vrou of die man? Want hij was zo'n klomp policeman
It
mee.
was, there were two men there that evening, two policemen.
Die twee polismanne.
Ik onthou nou, meneer.
I remember now, my lord.
Good.
Yes, please tell us.
Wat het u vir hulle gesê?
Ik heb vir hulle gesê, ik was aan mijn boete.
interviewing you?
Het u vir beide die polisie dit gesê wat onder gevoer het?
That's correct, my lord.
Not mentioned what you had heard accused number 3 and number 1 discuss.
Maar u het nie daarvan gepraat wat u gehoor het wat beskuldig nummer 1 en 3 oor gepraat het nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
You did not talk about the money that was promised you.
U het ook gepraat oor geld wat u hulle beloof was nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
So, was that the truth that you told the police?
Was dit die waarheid wat u die polisie vertel het?
Ik heb niet al die hele waarheid. Ik heb net gezegd wat het gebeurde die ochtend is al, maar dat is niet de waarheid.
I didn't give them the whole truth.
Dat is de waarheid.
I only explained to them what happened in the morning.
A yes and no will suffice. Did you tell them the truth that night?
Een nee of een ja sal genoeg wees. Het u vir hulle die waarheid vertel?
Ja.
Yes.
How can that be if you never tell them anything about what you knew?
Kom sal dit die waarheid wees as u vir hulle niks gesê het van wat u van kennis dra nie?
Nee, dat is de waarheid. Hè.
Was dit die waarheid? It was not the truth.
I'm confused now. What was not the truth?
Ek is deur mekaar. Wat was nie die waarheid nie?
Wat ik voor die politie, voor Kelly gezegd voor die politie. Wat ik voor die politie gezegd, hoe kom zei Kelly niet wat ze mee kunnen gemaakt hebben?
What I said to the police, why can't Kelly tell you what she did to the child?
You agree with me? Excuse me. That was an opportunity for you to come clean.
Sal u met my saamstem, dit was 'n geleentheid waar u kon skoon die waarheid gepraat het.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
So why did you not make use of it? Why did you still have to lie?
Kom met die besluit om die waarheid te praat. Can you repeat the question?
Why did you not then make use of that opportunity when you were being interviewed and explain exactly what you knew?
Hoekom het jy nie geleentheid gemaak van haar geleentheid om te verduidelik wat u van kennis dra nie?
Ik was bang geweest.
I was scared.
You agree with me that besides accepting the payment,
No, let's just clear up this answer. I thought you were going to go and check on the answer. You were scared of what?
Wat was jy bang?
Om die waarheid te sê.
To speak the truth. To tell the truth, my lord.
Now, you telling me that you said loudly to Kelly so that the police can hear.
Well,
It's correct, my lord.
I'm not done.
nog nie klaar nie.
You told her that she must tell the police what she did with the child.
U sê u het vir haar gesê, sê die polisie wat u met die kind gemaak het.
You weren't scared to say that to Kelly in front of the police.
Was u nie bang om dit vir Kelly te sê in teenwoordigheid van die polisie nie?
Nee, my lord, ik was kwaad geweest toen ik het van zei.
No.
I wasn't scared, I was angry when I told you that, my lord.
You just told me that you were scared. That's why you didn't speak up.
U het gesê, u was bang, daarom het u nie uitgepraat.
So what is it now? Scared or angry?
Wat is het nou? Was u kwaad of was u bang?
Ik was kwaad van geweest, want ze brengt de politie naar mijn huis toe.
I was angry with her, I bring the police to my house.
Yes, Mr. Saldanha.
Thank you, my lord. Because you were angry with her, you spoke loudly in front of the officials. At that stage, were you not scared of them?
Omdat u kwaad was, het u voor die officieren of die beambten gepraat. Op dat stadium was u niet bang geweest.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct? Wasn't.
But you were scared for you to tell them the truth because you were scared they would arrest you.
Maar u was toch bang geweest om die waarheid te praten, want u was bang om u arresteer.
Dat is correct.
That's correct?
So when you were angry with Kelly, you were not scared for the police.
Toen u bang, toen u kwaad was voor Kelly, was u niet bang geweest.
Ik was bang geweest ook.
I was scared as well.
So because you were scared, you never make use of this chance to speak the truth.
U het alleen dit gemaakt van hierdie kans nie, want u was bang.
Dat is correct.
That's correct?
Any other time?
Are you moving off that evening? Are you moving off the evening now?
My lord, I just want to find out if there was any other chance that she spoke to anyone else.
No.
on the evening.
Let's finish that evening.
Thank
Let's take it step by step.
Later on in that evening.
You know, the same incident with those policemen, where you were angry that they brought the police to your house and you were scared, or none of it, or both of it. I'll have to find out when I go through my notes which one it is. We're speaking about that evening. I don't want you to be confused.
U moet nie deur mekaar raak nie, want ons praat van die aand waar u kwaad en u bang was. Dit is die aand wat ons nog mee besig is.
Did you tell them that you sent Joshlin to your house? You sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child.
Het u vir hulle gesê dat u vir Joshlin gestuur na u huis toe om te gaan kyk na die kinders.
I didn't say children, I said child.
Kind,
Ek het wel wat sê van Boeta, nie van Joshlin nie.
told them about Boeta but not Joshlin.
So if the police told this court that you told them you sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child, they would have made up that story.
As die polisie sou sê, u het vir hulle gesê dat u Joshlin gestuur het na u huis toe om te gaan kyk na u kind, sal dit 'n storie wees, sal dit verkeerd wees.
Dit sal reg wees, my lord.
It will be right, my lord.
So did you tell them that?
Het u dan vir hulle dit gesê?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes.
You didn't use drugs today. You didn't use any drugs today.
U het geen dwelmsmiddel gebruik nie.
Nee, my lord.
Because we know that that evening you told us you used tik.
As weet nou dat u het vir hom gesê dat hy aan die tik gebruik.
Dis korrek, my lord.
But you can remember clearly now that that's what you told them. Maar u kan wel vandag mooi onthou dat dis wat u vir hulle gesê het.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Now, so you told them that you sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child.
U sê u het vir hulle gesê, u het vir Joshlin gesê na u huis om te gaan kyk vir die kind.
Dis korrek.
And you didn't tell them that you were aware that Kelly had sold the child to a Sangoma. You didn't tell them that.
Maar u het vir hulle gesê dat u weet dat Kelly die kind aan Sangoma verkoop het.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
But you told Kelly in their presence to tell them.
Maar u het wel vir Kelly gesê, Kelly sê vir hulle.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Saldanha.
Thank you, my lord. Did you, on that same Monday night now, the 19th, did you speak to any other police official?
Dieselfde aan van die 19e, het u met enige ander polisman gepraat?
Daar was net nog 2 polismannen wat daar gekom. Ik weet niet 2 is of hoeveel was er, maar het nog polismannen naar mij straight gekomen.
There were other policemen who came to me, my lord. I don't know whether they were the 2 or how many, but there were policemen who came to me.
Did you tell them what you knew?
En u vir hulle gesê wat u van kennis dra.
Ik heb die van hulle gesê nie.
I didn't tell them, my lord.
Did they ask you if you knew anything?
Het hulle u gevra of u enige kennis het?
Hulle het vir my gevra, ek moet vir hulle wys waar is die bure van wat Kelly's kinders altyd so speel.
They said I must show them where are the neighbors, where Kelly's children now plays now and then.
So, did they ask you questions relating to Joshlin?
Het hulle vir u vrae gevra in verband met Joshlin?
Ja, hulle het gevra.
Yes, they asked.
So then, why didn't you at that time then tell them when they were asking about Joshlin?
Toe hulle vir u vra oor Joshlin, hoekom het u nie vir hulle dit gesê?
Soos ek gesê, ek was bang geweest, maar hulle het my gevra van waar speel Joshlin, met wat sy speel Joshlin gewoonlik by die kinders.
As I said, my lord, I was scared, but they asked me as to where does Joshlin usually plays, which house.
Okay. The following day, did you meet any police officials?
Die volgende dag het ek enige polisielede ontmoet.
This is the 20th.
Yeah.
This would be the 20th of February 2020.
20 Februarie.
Why don't we just go straight to the point? We know that she met with Detective Constable Segolbe.
Yes, thank you, my lord. We have already discussed the statement you made to Segolbe.
Ik heb klaar oor die verklaring gepraat wat u aan detective constable Segolbe gemaakt het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's Exhibit O.
Thank you, my lord. What is contained in that statement or Exhibit O? Is that correct?
Wat in hierdie verklaring staan bevestig O. Is dit reg?
Dat is nie die hele waarheid, hè.
It's not the whole truth, my lord.
You agree with me that in Exhibit O, you don't make any mention of what you heard and what the plan was.
Iemand die saamstem, jullie bevestig O. Staan daar geen dat u wat u gehoor het en wat die plan was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
In fact, in Exhibit O, you just relay what you did on the day. You make no reference to anything relating to the offense.
Relating to?
The offense.
U bevestig O. U stel niks in verband verwysing met die voorval.
Ik versta nog niet van meneer.
Let me try and simplify it for you. And I'm going to take you a few steps back.
Ik ga een beetje terugneem.
So this was a terrible thing that Kelly did.
Wat Kelly gedoen het is iets wat baie terrible is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
So much so that the previous evening you told her to tell the police what she did with her child.
Om dit ooit verder te neem, te bewys dat u het van gesê die vorige aand sê die polisie wat met die kind gedoen het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now Mr. Severin is asking you
Probeer vra nou vir u
the next day,
die volgende dag,
the Tuesday,
Dinsdag.
Detective Constable Segolbe came to you. The woman we spoke about yesterday, where Miss Mkabai took you through the whole statement.
Detective Constable Segolbe het u na die gekom, die dame wat u met prokureur nummer 2 gister mee besig was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
You told her nothing about this horrible thing that Kelly allegedly did.
U het niks van gesê oor die gruisame ding wat Kelly gedoen het.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Severin. I take it you're not going to go through the whole statement. You're merely marking out all the milestones of opportunities to come clean.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, I'm not going to deal further with the statement that you made to Segolbe or Exhibit O.
Ik ga niet verder met die verklaring wat een Segolbe gemaakt het. Verder daarmee bedoeld wordt.
I just want to put it to you that that was an opportunity for you to come clean. And
Ik
you
zal
never
net
made
aan u
it.
stel, dit was de gelegenheid waar u moest die waarheid gepraat het, gewoon uit te komen.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
That's correct.
And without having to go through every opportunity, there was another time, and this was upon your request when you made your confession.
No, let's not go so fast. We had the evidence of the TikToker. We were going to start with the evidence of Colonel Morris. And I was told that Colonel Morris will present evidence of interviews or statements made in the public domain on social media by the accused. Now remember, she was also an accused in this case. Let's check with the witness prior to her arrest whether there were any interviews she gave. Because I don't know what Captain Morris will cover. So that we don't... Did you give any interviews or appear on, what did they call it, lives or
Social media.
TikToks and stuff like that before you were arrested?
Voor die arrestatie het u al ooit gepraat op die sociale bladen zoals TikTok of live in verband met jullie voorval?
Soos ek kan onthou meneer, is het, ek weet nie, soos ek het nog gezien op die TV, wat hulle gewys het, waar ek in my huisens voor die deur staan, wat die polisie en die klomp mense die gemeenskap gekom het.
What I can remember, my lord, I can remember I see myself in front of my house where the police and a lot of people were.
Maar en ek weet ook die ander een wat ek gestaan het daar by die grondgedeelte ook aan Kawas, daar wat die gemeenskap ook gestaan het, wat ek gestaan het in die marl, met my kind in die sy in. Maar ek weet nie of hulle my afgevat het of wat het hulle gemaakt, maar ek het gepraat, al my vragen vir haar, maar ek weet nie of dat op TikTok of Facebook of...
And the other incident where I was standing on the side of Kawash, where I was in the middle of this crowd of people, whether I don't know whether they attacked me or not or something, but they asked me questions and I answered with my child on my hip. I don't know whether was it on TikTok or what.
The question is,
Die vraag is,
and I don't know how many times, I'm sure if Captain Morris will come and testify, it will be even-handed presentation. It will cover the accused and the state witness, and not one-sided. So I want an objective presentation. So now you told us about two incidents. One was in front of your house, you said the other one is near a car wash. Did you tell the truth then?
U praat van twee incidenten, voor die huis en in by die car wash. Gedurende die twee geleenthede het u daai tyd waar gepraat?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can you recall if you gave a version what you said?
Kan u onthou as u enigiets gesê het, wat u so gesê het?
Soos ek vir hulle gesê het, wat dis net van die maand dat ons geroekel op die Boeta hulle sê, en ek het toe gekom en ek het vir Boeta geskryf van Joshlin, dis al.
When I told them, my lord, it was what that we at Buta's house that Monday, then we smoked and I told Buta about Joshlin, that's all.
Thank you.
You may cover that field further if you want to. If there's nothing there, then we can go to the...
Thank you.
Between the 13th and the 15th. Or no, there's still the abduction in between as well. And I don't know why, I don't know whether there will be evidence as to who these people are. Are you going to ask her about it?
Thank you, my lord. Why did you not speak the truth when you interviewed by the media or any TV news coverage network or whatever the case is?
Hoekom het u nie die waarheid gepraat toe u toe in die TV of deur die mense vrae gevra was?
Soos ek gesê, ek was bang geweest. Het was my eerste keer wat ek voor mense gepraat en sulke goed. Nou, ek het die waarheid vir hulle gesê nie.
As I said, I was scared. It was my first time me talking in front of people. I didn't tell them the truth.
And also because at that time you had promised that you would keep quiet.
Dit is ook hierdie tyd waar u beloof het, u gaan nie die waarheid praat.
Dis correct, my lord.
And on the previous occasions that we've just dealt with, besides being scared, it was also that you chose not to because you had agreed not to speak the truth.
U sê u het ook besluit U gaan nie waar die pad want u het besluit op dit.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, before being asked to make your confession, you say there was an incident where you were taken away from the accommodation that was arranged for you.
U het gesê voordat u die bekenning gemaak het, u was toe verwyder in die plek waar u gehou was.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
These people, you said their faces were covered. You said these people's faces were covered. Their faces were covered. You could not see their
U sê die
faces.
persone se gesigte was gedek geweest. U kon hulle gesigte sien.
Nee, my lord, ek kan hulle gesigte gesien het nie.
No, my lord, I couldn't see the faces.
All of them?
Almal van hulle?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
All of the time?
Die hele tyd?
Nie die hele tyd, elke dag het hulle kom, maar verskillende soort mense was het geweest.
They would come every day, my lord, but different people would come.
Because if I understand the evidence correctly, there was one occasion where you actually went via the police station. So I would find it surprising if they would wear balaclavas going to the police station.
U het ook gesê dat was geleer net wanneer hulle deur die polisiestasie gewees was. U was verbaas dat hulle met balaclavas daar maar
No, I would be surprised.
Ek sou verbaas
People
wees
would go to the police station with
om weer die
balaclavas.
polisiestasie te gaan met balaclavas.
Kan nie wacht, kan meneer vir my lek. Ja, praat ek kan nie wacht.
Remember,
Onthou,
the story that you are relating to us is that these people also took Ayanda to the police station.
die mense het voor en ook geneem na die polisiestasie.
That's correct, my lord.
And at some stage, you indicated that they were actually working with the police.
Op 'n sekere stadium het gesê hulle het met die polisie gewerk.
That's correct, my lord.
And they then took you away
Hulle toe
to Langebaan.
Hulle het u toe weggevat, weggeneem.
To Langebaan or
Na
Langebaan
Langebaan.
area.
That's correct, my lord.
That's also where you were tortured.
As waar hulle vir u gemartel het.
That's correct, my lord.
Then at some stage they brought you back to go on a search and a hunt with them.
Op 'n stadium bring hulle vir terug waar hulle by u saam met hulle gegaan het om te gaan soek.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Did these people question or interrogate you?
Het hierdie mense vir u vrae gevra?
Hulle het net vir my gesê dat Stefano is die een wat vir hulle gesê het, ek weet nie hoe dit gekom het, maar Stefano is die wat vir hulle gesê het, ja, ek het gesien wat ek kan net Joshlin geloop.
They just said to me, I don't know how they find it out, but they said, Stefano said, I know where Joshlin walked.
En hulle het vir 'n navraag gedoen van Makalima, Ayanda se suster, en van Ayanda.
They even asked him about Makalimo and Ayanda's sister and about Ayanda.
And what was your response to them?
Wat was die antwoord geweest?
Ek het vir hulle gesê, soos ek verstaan is Makalima en Ayanda, soos ek verstaan is Bron suster.
I said to them, I understand Makalimo and Ayanda be brother and sister.
En toe vra hulle vir my van, is Makalima Sangoma? Toe sê ek, nee, maar ek ken nie van sies is Sangoma nie.
Then they wanted to know from me, is Makalimo a Sangoma? And I said to them, I don't know her to be a Sangoma.
Let's cut that long story short. The only reason I raised it is, did you tell them what you knew about Joshlin
Het u vir hulle toe gesê?
to a Sangoma?
Het u vir hulle gesê wat u weet van Joshlin dat Kelly haar so verkoop het aan 'n Sangoma?
Nee, my lord.
No, I did not.
Okay, now you can go to. There are no other potential incidents that from the evidence that I could gather. So, if you now want to go to the arrest and what happened thereafter.
Thank you, my lord.
Now I'm just looking at my watch, not to adjourn. So let's continue.
Thank you, my lord. Now, eventually you were arrested.
Hy is uiteindelik toe gearresteer.
You then decided you want to come clean and speak the truth.
Hy het toe besluit ek wil skoon praat, ek wil skoon kom, ek wil die waarheid praat.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms.
And that is when Captain Silius, the female with the white hair, came and interviewed you.
Dis die tyd toe Kaptein Silius, die blanke dame met my kom praat het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's not what the question was. There was no reference to the color of the person's skin. There was a reference to the color of her hair. It was interpreted differently by the interpreter.
Die hare, vir die hare,
Yeah, it said white hair.
vir die hare, dame die vir die hare.
And when she came to you,
Toe sê by hy kom,
she explained to you the reason that she was there.
ek sê het aan die verduidelik waarom sy by u is, die rede waarom sy na u toe gekom het.
That's correct, my lord.
Right?
We were there this morning. You don't have to traverse all of that. Go
Thank
back
you.
to the meat.
Yes. And she asked you if you had been forced or threatened in any way to make a statement.
Sy het vir u gevra, was u gedreig of was u gemaak om die verklaring te maak?
That's correct, my lord.
Correct?
And you said you were not and you were happy to make a statement.
I didn't hear
You said that you were not threatened or assaulted or influenced in any way and that you were happy to make a
U
statement.
het gesê u was nie gedreig of geforseer om 'n verklaring te maak. U was gereed om 'n verklaring te maak.
That's reg so.
She also explained to you that she was in no way involved
Sy het ook aan u verduidelik dat sy op geen naam betrokke is nie.
That's correct.
and for that reason there was nothing for you to fear because she was not
Van die rede
involved.
dat sy nie betrokke is nie, dat het geen rede om bang te word te raak nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And then one of the questions she posed to you after explaining that to you was,
Een van die vrae wat sy vir u gevra het nadat sy dit aan u verduidelik het was,
do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent?
wil u enige van hierdie grondwetlike regte gebruik maak dat u moet stil bly?
And your answer in Afrikaans was, ja, ek wil alles wat ek weet met mevrou deel en net die waarheid.
Yes, I want everything that I know to share with you, lady, only the truth.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you tell her, oh, before we get there, you said you did not trust her.
U het gesê u het haar nie vertrou nie.
Why do you say that?
I didn't hear you.
Why do you say that?
Kom sê u dit.
Ek was banger geweest vir haar om vir haar die hele waarheid te sê.
I was scared of her to tell her the whole truth.
Want ek het nie vir haar geken nie, ken nie vir haar nie.
She was unknown to me.
Yes. Any other reason?
Enige ander rede?
Nee, my lord.
No.
So you had requested to speak the truth. Someone was brought to you and then you did not do so because you were scared of it.
U het besluit, u wil die waarheid praat, maar iemand is toe gebring na u toe, maar u het nie vir die waarheid gepraat, want u was bang.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And another reason was that you were under the influence.
Ander rede was dat omdat u onder die invloed was.
You've asked all these questions
Yes,
this
my lord.
morning. I don't know whether you forgot, and they've been answered.
Why did you still make a statement?
Hoekom het u voortgegaan om nog 'n verklaring te maak?
Met die vrou nou.
Yes, the same statement to the lady with the white or grey hair.
Selfde dame met die wit of grys hare.
Ik het zelf maar besluit, ik ga maar verder. Net wat praat samen daar. Was ze.
I just decided that I'm going to carry on talking to her and then tell her.
Tell her what?
Say her
Wat gebeurde die dag?
what happened on the day.
Maar ik heb niet de hele waarheid voor haar gezegd. Nie.
But I didn't tell her the whole truth.
Was most of what you told her the truth, or only some of it was the truth?
Was meestal wat u van gesê het die waarheid of was dit van wat u van gesê het die waarheid?
Meeste van dit is de waarheid.
Most of it was the truth.
Now, you had an opportunity to go through those statements over the weekend that you made.
U het 'n geleentheid om deur die verklaring te gaan oor die naweek,
Dat is correct.
right?
And certain things would be there or not be there because you were scared or did not trust the person.
Sekere goede sou opkom in die verklaringe. Sekere sou nie daar wees nie omdat u bang was.
And certain things may be there or not there because you were under the influence.
Of van die goede sou nie daar wees nie of daar wees wat omdat u onder die invloed was.
Dat is correct.
Now, just from what you recall, you know what you were not 100% honest with because you were afraid.
U weet, u was nie eerlik die hele tyd gewees want u was bang.
Dat is correct.
What lie or what were you not truthful about
Wat was u nie, wat het u nie die waarheid gepraat van u,
because of the lack of trust?
omdat u die persoon nie vertrou het.
Soos ek gesê het, is het dat ik het die verhaal vertel van Joshlin nie.
I didn't tell about Joshlin.
En ik heb die verhaal vertel van wat ons beplan nie.
I didn't tell about the plan.
En ik heb die verhaal vertel van hoe Kelly weggegaan is met jou, hoe Kelly van Joshlin gevat van huis af.
And I didn't even tell as to how Kelly took Joshlin from the house.
Wait. Are we talking about the same viewer in Exhibit R?
Yes, my lord.
Because that's the danger of just asking an open-ended question. Because I'm listening to what the witness is saying, and some of the things that she says she didn't say, it's in fact contained in the statement. I thought the basic principle of cross-examination is you ask leading questions.
My lord, I can deal it that way.
That's cross-examination 101. And we know the witness that we're working with. I don't want to sit here and listen to the whole story again, and 1 second later, the story is different because the witness didn't understand the question. Just ask her direct questions, preferably leading questions, because it is cross-examination.
Thank you, my lord.
And then we'll save a lot of time and we'll get to the point quicker. And short questions and keep it precise. I'm not criticizing you, Mr. Sivnarayan, but we can't go on like this. And just listen to the question and just answer the question. I don't want to hear the whole story again. The question as a yes or no, and hopefully if counsel is going to ask leading questions, the answers will just be yes or no. Because it will be a leading question.
U moet mooi luister na die vraag wat die prokureur gaan vra. Wanneer van die vrae sal lyne vrae is word, maar die hof sê u hoef net ja of nee te sê. U hoef nie 'n hele storie vir hof te gee nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, let's try again.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Sivnarayan, maybe I should take a short adjournment. We've been going on for an hour and a half now. Let's take until past. That's 13 minutes. And then you can just
Thank
get
you,
your
my lord.
thoughts together. We'll give everybody a break, and then we will proceed after that until 10:30. The witness is still under oath, Ms. Lombard. Just warning you again that you're under oath.
U is nog onder eed om die waarheid te praat.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr.
Understand, my
Sivnarayan.
lord?
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, in your examination in chief,
Just a moment. I have noticed there were elderly people coming in at the back whilst we were busy. I've also noticed that there was a person that's been here yesterday and today that was walking with a cane. I suspect the blue chairs are more comfortable than those red ones. If it is possible, if I see a chair standing right at the back there, I see one there. For the people that are uncomfortable, I'm talking about the elderly or partially disabled, and if it's possible to give them more comfortable chairs, I will have no problem with that. It can happen in the background whilst we are busy. Yes.
thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Now, ma'am, you recall towards the end of your evidence in chief, you were asked if you were satisfied with your statement that you made to the lady with the grey hair.
Na gedurende die tyd waar u so klaar maak met die kruisondervraag was u gevra, was u tevrede met die inhoud van die verklaring wat u aan die dame gegee het met die grys hare? U was dit gevra, onthou u?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, I remember.
And thereafter, you wanted to make a few changes or corrections.
Na dit wou u sekere goed regstel.
That's correct.
Right?
And one of the corrections was that you made a mistake when you said that it was Kelly and accused number 1 who went to the white polo vehicle.
Een van die veranderingen wat u toch gemaakt het, verbetering wat u gemaakt het, u het gesê, u het 'n fout gemaakt waar u so gesê beskuldig nummer 3 en 1 is na die polo voertuig toe. U wou dit verbeterings daar gemaakt het.
That's correct.
That's correct?
Now, was this a mistake or what was it?
Was dit 'n fout geweest of wat was het?
Dit was 'n fout geweest.
It was a mistake.
And what would you say contributed to this mistake? It was being under the influence or your fear?
Wat het toe gemaakt dat u, wat het bijgedragen gehad dat u die fout moet maken? Was het omdat u bang was of was u onder invloed was?
De invloed was.
Under influence.
Can you explain further?
Kan u verder verduidelijken?
Ik heb hier antwoord nie.
I don't have an answer.
So, you made a mistake because you were under the influence.
U het 'n fout begaan want u was onder invloed.
That's correct en bang geweest.
And scared. That's correct.
So, because you were under the influence, you were mistaken or you could have been incorrect.
Aangezien u onder die invloed was, was het u 'n fout gemaakt of u was verkeerd geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Before I proceed, let's just ascertain this now.
Voordat ek voortgaan, laat ons net gou iets regmaak.
You were smoking drugs regularly before this incident.
U het dwelms gebruik dagelijks voor die voorval.
That's correct, my lord.
And just prior to this incident, you were smoking Mandrax and Tuck.
Voor die voorval het u Mandrax en Tuck gerook.
That's correct.
How does smoking or using these drugs affect your mental abilities?
Hoe betas gebruik van hierdie dwelms u manier van kan dink.
Jy was my volle positief geweest nie.
I wasn't in my full positive.
Can you explain that?
Duidelik.
My gedagtes was nie regtig by die vrou geweest nie.
My mind wasn't really with this woman, at this woman.
So, those things that you said to her because you were under the influence, was that something you knew or something you came up with?
I didn't hear that last part. I don't know whether they moved the microphone during the adjournment, but I can't hear you properly.
My Lord, I'll try to stand closer to the mic.
Please, because I want to follow the question and then listen to the answer, and sometimes it fades, just to ensure that I can follow properly. Thank you, Mr. Saldanha.
Thank you, my Lord. I was asking you about the effect of the drugs on you.
En dat effect van die dwelms op u.
And when you answered, or when you gave an explanation while you were under the influence, that information that you gave, where did you get it from?
Toe u nou hierdie verklaring aan hierdie persoon gee onder die invloed. Hierdie informasie ingeligting wat u gekry het, waarvan het u gekry? Hoe het u daarvan geweet?
Dit was my eie, ek weet nie hoe om te sê nie. Dit was my eie woorde wat ek gedinge is.
It was my own words.
It was something that you had made up.
Is dit iets wat u opgemaak het?
Nee, my Lord.
No.
Yes, explain to us.
Dan moet u ons verduidelik.
Ek verstaan die
I don't understand, not really.
Let's take a step back. You told us that not everything you told Captain Saldanha was the truth.
U het vir hom gesê, nie alles wat u aan Kaptein Saldanha gesê het was die waarheid.
That's correct, my Lord.
You also told us those were your own words.
U het ook gesê dit was my eie woorde.
That's correct, my Lord.
So they came from your own mind through your own mouth.
Dit kom van die eie gedagte deur die eie mond.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now Mr. Saldanha says, if it was not the truth, then it must be something that you made up.
Meneer Saldanha sê as dit die waarheid is, dat moet dit iets wat u self opgemaak het.
That's correct, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. And you then went on to say that you also made a mistake when you said that Kelly took Joshlin back to the motor vehicle to show that this is Joshlin.
U het ook gesê u het 'n fout gemaak waar u gesê dat Kelly toe terug na die foto om te gaan wys wie dat Joshlin is.
You recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my Lord.
Can recall, my Lord?
Now that mistake, what was the cause of that mistake or correction?
Wat was die fout op die verbetering?
Dit was my eie afleiding geweest.
It was my own assumption, my Lord.
So this is something that you just assumed.
As u wat u aangeneem het.
That's correct, my Lord.
Is correct?
And you also corrected the number of times that accused number 3 went to the white polo that day.
U het ook verbetering gemaak hoeveel keer beskuldig nommer 3 na die polo toe so gegaan het.
Het is nou die maandag of die zondag praat meneer van.
Would that be the Monday or the Sunday?
On the Sunday.
Zondag.
Sy het net een keer na die polo toe gegaan.
She only went once to the polo.
Now,
No, just one moment. The initial question was that you made a correction from what you initially said.
U het 'n verbetering gemaak wat u
Because initially
eerstens gesê het.
initially was that she came back to fetch Joshlin and then took Joshlin again, so it would have been twice.
Wat die eerste getuienis was gewees, u sê sy teruggekom vir Joshlin te gevat, na die polo toe weer, om te wys wie Joshlin is.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my
I can
lord.
recall that, my lord.
So the correction you made was that she only went once.
Die verandering of verbetering wat u aangebring het is dat sy het net een keer gegaan na die polo toe.
That's correct, my lord.
thank you, my Lord. Now, that mistake, was it as a result of fear or being under the influence?
Was hierdie fout omdat u bang was of omdat u onder invloed was?
Invloed was.
Influence. Under the influence.
That was on the Sunday.
Dit is Sondag.
Dit is Sondag, my lord.
Thank you, my Lord. You also...
No. I thought you were going to follow up on that one. But you told me that on that Sunday you only smoked after the event.
U het vandag gesê die Sondag net die middag gerook.
That's correct, my lord.
So how could the mistake then be as a result of being under the influence?
Wat sou dan veroorsaak dat hierdie fout sou wees is verband dit was terwille van u onder invloed was?
Dit was aan die bank, was bang geweest, nie die invloed nie.
I was scared, my lord, not under influence.
Thank you, my Lord. And then it was also pointed out to you, or you mentioned, that you were able to hear and see everything. And that was corrected to state that you could only see what was going on.
Can you repeat that again?
In your confession, you mentioned that you could hear and see what was going
En u
on.
bekentenis het u gesê u kon hoor en sien.
Your correction in court was that you could only see what was happening.
U het dit reggestel en vir hom gesê ek kon net sien wat het plaasgevind.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, when you said you could hear and see, what caused that error?
As u sou sê, u gesê dat u sou gehoor en gesien, wat sou dit wees?
Dus ek sê was my eie afleiding.
As I said, my lord, it was my own assumption.
What do you mean it was your own assumption?
Wat bedoel u daarmee?
Die tyd wat ek vir gesien het, toe ek my eie afleiding gemaak, ek kan gehoor het en ek kan gesien het.
When I saw her, I thought I could hear and I could see. That's why I assumed that I could hear, I could see.
You thought you could hear.
U gedink u kon hoor.
That's correct, my lord.
And the final thing which you had changed was that when the planning of what was going to happen actually took place.
Ander verandering is van die plan wat so plaasvind.
According to the confession, this occurred on a Monday.
Volgens die bekentenis dit so gebeur het die maandag.
You then corrected it and said it was no, it was on a Sunday evening.
Maar u het dit reggestel en sê nee, dit was 'n Sondag namiddag.
That's correct.
What caused that error? What caused that error?
Wat het dit veroorsaak? Wat het hierdie probleem veroorsaak? Of hierdie fout veroorsaak?
Ik heb weer teruggegaan en weer gaan zeker maken wat ik die fouten gemaakt heb.
I just went back and make sure as to where I made those mistakes.
No, the question was,
De vraag was,
why or what was the cause that you made that mistake between the Sunday and the Monday?
wat het veroorsaak dat u hierdie verskil sou regmaak van die Sondag op die Maandag?
Ik heb de antwoord, my lord.
I don't have an answer, my lord.
Could it be, you do recall that the person recording your statement tried to clarify with you before you got to the events of that Monday morning?
Kan u onthou of die persoon het aan u verduidelik of het u gepraat voordat u so gesê het wat die maandagoggend gebeur het?
Not whether.
Ik verstaan, my
It was translated kon. The context of the question is, can you recall that she in fact clarified with you between the Monday and the Sunday?
Het u sê verduidelik aan u in verband wat so gebeur het tussen die Sondag en die Maandag?
No. I never used the word explained. That Captain Saldanha clarified, opgeklaar het, is die Afrikaans.
Het sê opgeklaar.
Can you recall, remember I watched, all of us would have watched Exhibit 1. So we could see you sitting there with Captain Saldanha, and we could hear the discussion that took place. Now Mr. Siebnerijn asked you that when you got to that place, just before it says op die maandagoggend, that she first clarified things with you. Can you recall that? I know you might not have seen the video recently, or might never have seen the video, but can you recall such an incident?
Meestal van die hof het na hierdie bewyslik ingekyk wat ek ongelukkig nie gesien het nie, maar die hof wil weet of Captain Saldanha al opgeklaar het.
Nee, my lord.
No.
Thank you. Ma'am, as put to you by the court, we all had an opportunity to view Exhibit 1.
Meestal van ons het geleentheid gehad om te kyk na bewyslik 1.
And I'm putting it to
Just
you.
a moment. I don't want to correct the interpreter all the time. That was not the question. Question was not that most of us viewed Exhibit 1. The question was all of us viewed Exhibit 1.
Al van ons het gekyk na bewyslik 1. Almal van ons.
Are you aware of that?
Dra jy kennis daarvan?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And I put it to you, it's clear in Exhibit 1
Dit is duidelik in bewyslik 1
where the captain questions you and ensures that you had dealt with the night of the 18th and that you were moving on to the following day, the Monday.
Sy het seker gemaak dat julle so met die vorige aand daarvan gepraat het en jy sou voortgaan na die Maandag.
That's correct.
Yes, and she made sure that you understood that. Is that correct? She made sure that you were aware now, we are done with Sunday now, we're definitely moving on to Monday now.
Ze het zeker gemaakt als jullie klaar was, wat ze gebeuren de zondag, dat is naar in maandag toe gaan, eerder gebeurt. We zijn nu klaar met zondag, we gaan over wat maandag gebeuren gepraat.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. And that's when you mentioned to her that the plan was discussed on that Monday morning.
U het ook van gezegd dat het plan was toe tussen jullie gepraat die maandagochtend. Het u van gezegd, die plan was toe tussen ons gesprek die maandagochtend.
No. The question is not that it was discussed amongst them, that the plan was discussed. It's only that the plan was discussed that Monday morning.
Het plan was bespreek die maandagochtend.
That's correct, my lord.
Next question.
And the reason I want to be precise on that question is because of what is going to follow. Because you're going to take the witness where she was when she heard this discussion of the plan.
That is
but
correct.
if the question is not properly put to the witness in Afrikaans, then the witness will get confused. So I had to clarify that.
Thank you, my lord. Now, according to this confession to the lady with the white hair,
Volgens die bekentenis met die dame met de bordaren,
you were standing outside
u het buiten gestaan,
when you heard accused 1 and 3
dat
speak
beschuldigd
about
1
the
en
money.
3, accused 1 en 3,
Speak about the money.
toen hulle gepraat oor die geld.
That's correct, my lord.
You were not in the house with them.
U was in die huis daai tyd.
Die zondag.
The Sunday.
Ma'am, I'm reading from your statement. This is in your statement. You
Ek
say
leer vanaf die verklaring. In die verklaring sê
Maybe, let's do the following, so that the witness is not confused and keep on asking what day of the week it was. The statement reads, and I'm going to read it
Yes, as volgt.
slowly. Maandagoggend
Monday morning,
gaan ek terug na Boeta en Kelly se huis toe.
I went back to Puta and Kelly's house.
Toe hoor ek
Then I heard
buitekant. Ek staan buitekant.
I was standing outside.
Kelly en Boeta gesels oor die geld.
Kelly and Buta were talking about the money.
Hoeveel gaan Kelly en hoeveel gaan sy in vir die persone gee wat teenwoordig was?
How much is going to give the person who was present? How much Kelly? How much would given to the person who was present?
Did you understand? Ja, that's what I read. Vir die persone wat teenwoordig was. Did you understand that?
Het u dit verstaan?
That's correct, my lord.
This is what's written down here. Now you will recall that it was read back to you at a later stage by Captain Sylvia.
U kan onthou dat dit teruggewees was op 'n later stadium deur kaptein Silje.
That's correct, my lord.
And the other day I explained to you what one can see on the video.
Die ander dag het ek vir u gesê wat ek kon sien op die video.
You were looking at her or down almost to where she was writing.
Can you just repeat the last part?
You were looking at Captain Saldanha, but more to the spot on the table where she was writing?
U het naar gekyk, maar meer na die kant waar sy geskryf het. In die rigting waar sy geskryf het.
Dat is correct.
And she was noting everything that you said, every word.
Sy het geskryf wat alles wat u van gesê het, elke woord wat u van gesê het.
Dat is reg so, my lord.
That is why, when I read now,
Dis hoekom soos ek ooit uitgelees het,
one had a sentence that says, toe hoor ek buitekant, ek staan buitekant. It seems like a repetition, but it's your own clarification of where you were standing. Do you understand it?
u het dit weer herhaal, toe hoor ek, toe staan ek buitekant, dis herhaal dit dieselfde. Kan u verstaan?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Do you now understand the questions that Mr. Sivnarayan is posing to you relates to that part that you told Captain Saldanha?
Die vraag van beskuldigde nommer 3 se prokureur is in verband met wat u aan kaptein Saldanha gesê het.
Soos ek gesê het, ek was banger en was
No,
stress.
I don't want your explanations now. I just want for you to be clear what we're talking about. That's all.
Dat is correct, my lord, I understand.
And it's clear from what I've read to you
Dis duidelik van wat ek uitgeleer van wat ek uitgelees het,
on what you told Captain Saldanha,
wat u vir kaptein Saldanha gesê het.
that this happened on the Monday morning.
Die het plaasgevind die maandagoggend.
Ek verstaan, my lord.
I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you close to done
I'll get closer, my lord.
to get to putting your client's version?
Beg
Are
your
you
pardon?
close to finishing off?
Not really, my lord.
We don't have to rehash everything that's been covered by your colleagues on these
Yes, my lord.
statements because we are repeating. But continue, but I'm not going to go back to all the statements.
Yes, my lord. Now, ma'am, you agree that there is another mistake in this because it does not mention that you were actually present during this discussion and the sharing of the money.
Daar is iets nou verkeerd in hierdie verklaring, waar u nie sê u was teenwoordig toe hierdie gesprek plaasgevind het in verband met die beplanning. In die verklaring staan nie waar u sê ek was deel van hierdie gesprek nie.
Ek het die antwoord nie.
Don't have an answer.
I put it to you
Ek stel dit aan u,
that it is not here and you do not have an answer because it did not happen.
u het nie antwoord nie, want dit het nie plaasgevind. Dit het gebeur,
Dat het gebeur.
it happened.
In your confession, you,
In all fairness, if I may, the same document in that paragraph, it refers to hoeveel gaan sy vir die mense gee wat teenswoordig was. And in the next paragraph, when you turn the page to page 5, hoeveel gaan sy vir my gee, laat ek net die sin volledig wees, toe sê ek vir haar, by my gaan dit nie oor geld nie. Hoeveel gaan sy vir my gee nie? Ek vra vir haar, Kelly, hoekom het sy dit gedoen? En toe sê sy vir my, which implies that she was there, she's speaking, this is a conversation with Kelly. I'm merely saying that is open to interpretation. That's not the
You
only...
can argue that. I
Thank you,
wouldn't have
Madam.
allowed the question if I was of the view that it was not a fair question and incorrect. In the context of the questioning, it was an admissible and a fair question, and the question was answered in the manner it was answered. Thank you. Let's get a move on, Mr. Sivnaran.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, in your confession, you do not mention
En u bekentenis het u nie
accused number 3 breaking the window.
accused number 3
Breaking the window.
dat beskuldig nummer 3 die venster gebreek het. In die bekentenis het u nie geskryf dat beskuldig nummer 3 Kelly die venster gebreek het.
Do you agree?
Stem jy saam? What's the confession? Witness wants to know.
In your statement to the lady with the white or the grey hair, you do not mention that accused number 3 broke a window.
Verklaring voor die dame met die wit daar. U het nie vir haar gesê dat beskuldig nummer 3. U het nie aan haar genoem dat beskuldig nummer 3 die venster gebreek het.
That's correct, my lord.
Why not?
Soos ek gesê het, ek het nie die hele waarheid vir haar gesê nie.
As I said, I didn't tell her the whole truth.
So you chose not to tell her that.
U het gekies om nie vir haar te vertel nie.
That's correct.
Is there other information that you had or was aware of that you chose not to say?
Is daar enig ander inligting wat u van kennis gedra het wat u besluit het u gaan nie dit oordra nie. U gaan nie dit vir haar sê nie.
Ek verstaan nie.
I don't understand.
Was that the only thing that you chose not to mention?
Is dit die een ding wat u besluit het u gaan dit nie vir haar sê nie. Die gebreek van die venster. Dis al wat u besluit het u gaan nie dit vir haar sê nie.
Daar's nog gedeelte wat ek nie vir haar gesê het nie, wat in my statement in staan.
There's other stuff which is in the statement which I didn't tell her.
You don't ask her what it was. Tell her what it was.
Yes, my lord. Did you mention that accused number 3 was so upset that she took a knife and threatened to stab accused number 1?
Het u vir haar gesê beskuldige nummer 3 was so omgekrap of ontsteld dat sy beskuldige nummer 3 nummer 1 so gedreig het om hom te steek met 'n mes?
Nee, my lord.
Why not?
Kom nie.
Ek het nie 'n ander rede om te sê nie.
I don't have another reason as to say.
Maar soos ek gesê het, ek het nie al die waarheid vir haar gesê, dis al wat ek kan
As I
sê.
said, I didn't tell her the whole truth.
Are you done with the window? Are you done with the window?
My lord, I'm just double checking that I'm done with
No, are you done with the window?
Yes. My lord, my
So whilst you're
instructions...
checking, I just want to clarify on the window. So if the window is broken,
As die venster toe
it would be
gebreek was,
it would be easier for the person standing outside to hear.
dit sal dit as 'n deetlike persoon wat buite staan kan hoor.
Do you agree?
Stem jy saam?
That's correct, my lord.
When was the first time that you mentioned to anybody about the broken window?
Wanneer vir die eerste keer het u aan 'n persoon gepraat in verband met die gebreekte venster?
Wanneer het ek gepraat met die persoon?
Yeah, when was the first time you told anybody about the broken window?
Wanneer het u vir die eerste keer 'n persoon vertel van die gebreekte venster?
Dit was die tyd gewees dat ek saam met kaptein Lombaard en Ibe van Donder.
When I was Captain Lombaard and Advocate van Donder.
That was in October, between the 11th and the 16th of October 2024.
In Oktober
agree?
2024.
That's correct, my lord.
Why was it important to tell him about the broken window?
Moes my lord?
Why was it important to tell him about the breaking of the window?
Waarom was het belangrijk dat u vir hom vertel het oor die gebreekte venster?
Van meneer Kaptein Lombard nou.
Yes, to
Ja,
Captain Lombard.
Kaptein Lombard.
Want ik heb die dag wat Kaptein Lombard naar mij toe komt om mijn verklaring af te geven, dat ik voor mezelf gezegd, ik ga die waarheid, alles ga ik paraat.
Because on that day when Captain Lombard came to me, I said that I'm going to speak the whole truth.
And I'll explain to you why I'm asking the questions.
Ik ga vir u verduidelik hoekom vra ek vir die vraag.
It may be, or maybe not,
Seker of seker nie?
that at the end of this case,
Op die einde van hierdie saak,
when the advocates are going to argue their case,
wanneer die prokureurs hulle saak sal voor die hof betoog,
it might be suggested
hulle sal 'n voorstel moontlik maak.
the reason why the broken window entered the story
Die rede vir hierdie gebreekte venster in verband met die storie,
7 months after the confession
7 maande na die bekentenis,
was to strengthen your case, that you could hear what
Also-
was being said from the inside of the house.
as om u se kant van die foto of sak te versterk, dat u kon hoor wat in die huis so gepraat was.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Dat is correct, my lord.
What do you think I should do with a submission like that? Because you were the one that says, I didn't tell them in March, I only told them in October. Do you have any view or comment?
Sê byvoorbeeld, die prokureurs vra nou dat, of sê nou bedoel dat hierdie gebreekte venster, u wil net die saak versterk. Wat is u se kommentaar, wat moet hof, wat sou u sê? Wat is die kommentaar daaromtrent? U wil net die saak versterk, u wil net gehoor dat almal moet weet dat u sê dit in maart maand, u sê dit in oktober, is 'n paar maande na dit.
Want soos ek gesê het, ek het gevoel in hy tyd dat Kaptein Lombard, ek gevoel ek gaan van dat dit sê.
Because at the time when I spoke to Captain Lombard, my Lord, that was the time I felt that I'm going to speak about it.
Who took the pictures for exhibit? It was Warrant Officer Clark that took the pictures in Exhibit W, where one can see the window, but because of the light you can't see whether the window pane was broken. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you did not witness this window being broken.
U het nie gesien dat die venster gebreek is. Gebreek word.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
Sê gou weer meneer, sorry.
Can you repeat that again?
You did not see this window being broken.
U het nie gesien hierdie venster gebreek word nie.
Ek het nie gesien die venster is gebreek, maar ek het gehoor die tyd was die venster uitslaat.
I didn't see the window being broken, but I could hear when she hit out the glass.
So you did not know whether she threw the stone or she held it in her hand in the window.
Ek kan ook nie sê of sy die klip gegooi het of dit in haar hand gehad het nie.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Did you, well, obviously you went and stood next to the window afterwards. Did you get an opportunity to see the broken window?
U het 'n kans gekry waar u toe in die venster gestaan het. Het u toe 'n kans gesien? Het u toe gesien dat die gebreekte venster?
Dat is correct, ek het gesien.
Yes, I saw.
Looking at that window, which part of the window was broken? Was it the bottom half, the middle, the top part?
Kyk na die venster, watter gedeelte van die venster was ingebreek? Onderste, die middelste of die boonste?
Sy het in die middel gekap.
In the middle.
Ma'am, accused number 3 will deny that she ever broke any window.
Beskuldige nummer 3 sê sy het nooit 'n venster gebreek nie.
Sy het die venster uitgekap.
She hit the window out.
She will deny that her hands were ever cut as well.
Sy sal ook stry dat haar hand gesny was.
Haar hand was stukken gewees.
Her hand was cut.
Now, in your statement, you do not say that accused number 3 left for work that morning and then returned that afternoon.
In die verklaring het u gesê, beskuldige nummer 3 die oggend is toe werk toe en kom weer terug na middag.
Dis korrek.
No. Don't think the interpreter heard the question correctly, because it was exactly the opposite of what the question was. But now, Mr. Sivanarayan, this question was asked many times between your two colleagues, and it was repeated a number of times by themselves, and I had to stop them.
Yes, my lord.
What's the value of asking it again? Is there any value, evidentiary value, in asking the question again, only by a different person?
No, my lord, that was an oversight matter. I was not aware that it was asked, my lord.
Because all of these issues in Exhibit X, Exhibit R, Exhibit O, it's been covered. The road surface is getting thin.
Thank you, my lord.
Don't want to cut you short, but I would suggest that you get to the point where you put your client's version and wrap up.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, dealing with your evidence, I'm going to compare your evidence to your statement which you made to Lombard. I just want to ask you about a few things there.
In die getuienis, ek gaan vergelyking met die getuienis en wat in die verklaring staan wat u aan Lombard gemaak het. Ek gaan vir u 'n paar vrae daaroor vra.
That's Exhibit X.
Thank you, my lord. During your examination in chief,
En die hoofgetuie, ondervraging,
you had said to us that after Kelly or Q3 had returned with the money,
nadat beskuldige nummer 3 Kelly met die geld teruggekom het,
you had knocked on the door,
u het aan die deur geklop,
you went inside, and that you had called Kelly and you asked her what was going on.
u is toe in die huis in, u roep toe vir Kelly en vra vir wat gaan aan.
But in your statement you say that
Maar in die verklaring sê u,
after hearing that you will receive 1,000 rand,
nadat ek gehoor het dat ek 1000 rand sou ontvang,
And while you were halfway into the house,
Op pad in die huis, halfpad in die huis,
Kelly called you to her room.
Kelly het vir my na u toe geroep.
Do you hear that?
Het u dit gehoor?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. So
I covered that point with a witness yesterday, but I will allow the question.
thank you, my lord.
I made a note yesterday. It was 132 on my page 96, book 2. Yes. Do you see the difference?
Kan u die verskil sien?
That's correct, my lord.
Can you explain the difference?
Kan u dan die verskil dan verduidelik?
Die 204, dat is die waarheid, my lord. Ik wil een antwoord.
The 204 is not true, my lord. I don't have an answer.
And
Yeah.
you told us that
U said to verder,
whilst accused 3 was scolding at accused number 1,
toe beskuldig nummer 3 na beskuldig nummer 1 skel,
you told him to take his backpack and
het
take
toe
a
vir hom
walk.
gesê, hy moet sy rugsak vat.
Dat is correct, ik heb het voor hem gezegd.
Yes, I told you.
But in your statement to Lombard, it says
En
here,
die verklaring aan Lombard is dit dan, sê dit dan,
Which paragraph?
my lord, if I can just find it.
Whilst you're looking for the paragraph, I just want to go back to the previous question. So you decided in October of last year to tell the truth.
u het
Or
besluit,
before that, but the statement, the 204 statement was made in October.
u het toe besluit vir die jaar in Oktober, u gaan die waarheid praat. U verklaring, die 204 verklaring sal neem in Oktober vir die jaar.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And that truth would not change.
En daardie waarheid gaan nie verander nie.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
So would you agree with me that one would then expect the evidence that you give in this court will be consistent with the statement that you made in October last year, the 204 statement?
Dit wil nog verwag, verklaar die getuienis wat in die hof sal aflê, sal dieselfde is as wat u in die 204 verklaring gegee het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Would you agree with me on the previous question?
Sal u met my saamstem? Die
That
vorige
is-
vraag,
There is a big difference between somebody walking away from you and you calling that person back to speak to the person. That's the one scenario. And the other one, you minding your own business, but that person comes and knocks on your door and calls you to speak to you. It's two totally different things. Would you agree?
daar's 'n verskil waar byvoorbeeld 'n persoon vanaf u wegloop. En tweedens sê byvoorbeeld is nog by u huis. 'n Persoon kom na u toe, persoon klop. Daar's 'n verskil tussen die twee scenario's. In maniere. Sy loop weg, persoon loop weg, maar is nog by u huis, 'n persoon kom klop. Weg van u af, persoon kom na u toe. Daar's 'n verskil tussen die twee.
Dat is een verschil, my lord.
So that's the difference Mr. Sidnarain pointed out to you between your 204, because you call it a 204 statement, and the evidence that
Dis
you
die
gave
verskil.
in chief.
Wat beskuldig nommer 3 se prokureur vir u wil bewys, is dat in die 204 is verskil wat u nou van gepraat het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
The prosecutor seems surprised Maybe when you prepare argument, you look at paragraph 35 of Exhibit X, and you look at the evidence. I have it as my paragraphs 131 and 132 of the evidence in chief. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivnaran.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, the last question which I posed, where I mentioned that Butta went into the house and came out with his backpack, that's on paragraph 7, the last sentence.
7.
7, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now I have to go back. All right, you can ask your question.
Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, you got to accused 3's home on the Sunday to request food.
Is beskuldigd van bedrijf is aangekomen die zondag om kost te gaan vragen.
That's correct, my lord.
And from the way you relayed your story to us, I understood it as you would have remained at accused number 3's place right up until the fight with her and Butta, or accused number 1, ended, and that she walked away from the house.
En moest ik nou aanvaarden dat jullie daar gebleven is toen je aangekomen bent. Bij het begin van dit gevecht tot die tijd waar ze tot weggelopen.
That's recht, so my lord.
You understand me correctly, ma'am. You got there just after 9.
Hij is daar aangekomen zo na 9.
And according to your evidence, when you looked at the time or was aware of the time, that would have been around 1 o'clock.
Toen weer keek naar die tijd was het zo ongeveer bij 1 uur.
That's recht, my lord.
And you were at accused number 3's house that entire time.
Hij was de hele tijd bij beskuldigd nummer 3 huis.
That's recht, so my lord.
Okay. Now, you remember you were questioned about the food, whether you received any food.
Kan u nou dat u gevraagd was oor die kos, of u enige kos gekry het?
That's correct.
Yes.
You told the court that when you told accused number 1 that you are leaving around 1 o'clock, you said you left to go and prepare food for your family.
U het vir die hof gesê, toe u die plek van beskuldigd nummer 3 so verlaat, u het gesê u was op pad na u huis toe waar u so kos voorberei het vir die gesin.
That's recht, my lord.
Now, you had no food at home when you left.
I
Toe
didn't
u
hear that.
die huis verlaat het, u die kos gehad by is nie.
You did not have any food at home when you left because you made all the food for Ayanda that morning.
U het die kos by is gehad toe u terug gaan na u huis toe, want die oggend het u al die kos vir Ayanda gemaak.
That's recht, so my lord.
That's correct?
So, from that time up until the time you say you went to prepare food, you were at accused 3's house.
Vanaf die tyd waar u daar gekom het totdat u nou na u huis toe wat u so gesê het u so gaan kos maak, was u by beskuldigd nummer 3 se huis.
Ik heb van Kelly's weer naar mijn huis toe gegaan.
I didn't hear that.
Ik heb van Kelly's weer naar mijn huis toe gegaan.
I went from Kelly's house again to my house.
Now are you saying that between 9 and 1 o'clock you did go to your house?
Wel u nou sê tussen 9 en 1 uur u was nie na u huis toe.
That's correct, my lord.
But I just asked you to listen carefully to the question. I made sure you understood.
Ek het nie vir u gevra, u moet mooi luister na die vraag en maak seker dat u dit verstaan.
So what's the question?
When, my lord, I'll just continue with her answer. When did you go to your house that time, in between that time?
Wanneer is u na u huis toe tussen hierdie tye?
Jy kan nie presies sê die tyd nie.
I can't say precisely the time, my lord.
Was this during the fight between...
Yeah, my lord.
No.
Yes, in relation to what you told us, at which point did you leave and go?
In verband met wat u ons toe gesê het op watter punt, watter stadium is u toe na u huis toe?
Dit was gewees na die strijd van Boetan in Kiali, toe gaan ek huis toe.
After the fight or the quarrel between Kelly and Buddha, I went home.
Yes, and according to your evidence, that was around 1 o'clock.
Volgens u getuienis was dit nou 1 uur.
Dus ek sê ek weet die tyd dat ek geloop het.
As I said, my lord, I don't know the time when I left, what the time was.
Ma'am, I put it to you, you cannot tell us a time, and you said you did not go there previously because you did not go home.
I don't follow. Maybe I can't hear you properly.
I apologize, my lord. Ma'am, I put it to you that
Ek stel dit aan u,
you did not or mention to me that you went home in between,
melding daarvan gemaak dat jy huis toe was nie.
and you also cannot give me a time because you did not.
U kon ook nie tyd gee nie want u het nie.
Ek was by die huis gewees.
I was at my house.
You also told the court that at 1 o'clock you left to go to the car wash to give food to Ayanda.
Dis korrek.
U het ook gesê by 1 uur is u toe van die huis af na Ayanda kos te gee.
And I put it to you, that can't be. Because your evidence was that you only left accused 3's house at 1 o'clock.
Dit kon nie die geval was nie, want u het net vir hom gesê dat u het beskuldig nommer 3 se huis verlaat by 1 uur. Om 1 uur.
And according to your evidence, you still had to go prepare food.
Volgens u getuienis, u moes nog gaan kos maak. Of
Dis-
iets voorberei.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Yes, so
Mr. Sivnarayan, can you not leave this for argument?
indeed so, my lord. I am moving on now, my lord. Now, you told us that you overheard accused 3 say that she received the money.
U het gesê getuig dat u het gehoor dat beskuldig nommer 3 so sê sy die geld ontvang, sy die geld gekry.
Dis reg so.
So why didn't you ask her for your share when during discussion, because she already had it in her possession?
Hoekom het u nie vir u deel gevra? Want sy het dit klaar gehad toe julle gepraat het.
Ek verstaan nou nie, meneer.
Hoekom het u nie vir u deel die tegenstander van gevra, aangezien sy alreeds die geld daar gehad het, julle gesels het nie?
Die tyd het sy saam met Boeta eers gepraat oor geld.
At first she spoke to Buddha about the money.
Yes. Anything else?
Nog iets anders?
En toe hoor ek wat die beplanning is van wat sy praat saam met Boeta oor Joshlin. En toe daar wat ek in is.
That's when I heard her speaking about the plan shared with Joshlin when she spoke to Buddha. That's when I went in.
Yes, and then when you went in, you didn't ask for your share because she already had it.
Toe u ingaan, het u nie vir u deel gevra nie, u share gevra nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
You say when you observed accused number 3 standing by this polo, you saw something being handed over to her.
U het gesê toe u beskuldige nommer 3 by die Polo sien, observeer, het u gesê, u het gesien iets aan haar oorhandig was, aan haar gegee was.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you describe what you saw?
Kan u beskryf wat u gesien het?
Ik kan niet zien wat het is, maar ik heb gezien die persoon geeft iets aan Kelly aan de handen.
I couldn't see what it was, but I could see the person giving Kelly something into her hand.
What did that something look like?
Wat het hierdie ding iets gelyk? So wat het hierdie iets gelyk?
Bij mij was het volgens van het gelijk zoals geld, die papier wat zij gehad had.
According to me, it looked like money of the paper the witness demonstrated with the hand, my lord. The paper she had in her hand.
We dealt with this yesterday, but I just want to ask you, are you trying to say that you could see money in someone's hand approximately 80 meters away?
Sê u dan u kon geld sien in 'n persoon se hand wat so 80 meter van u was?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Then how are you describing what you saw?
Hoe beskryf u dan wat u gesien het?
Zoals ik gezien heb die tijd wat Kelly, die vrouw iets in Kelly's handen geeft, mijn eigen afleidings gemaakt, dat is geld.
As I saw that the lady gives up Kelly something, my own assumption was it was money.
So did you see
Net met gezien.
the item,
Het u die item gezien?
or did you just make an assumption?
Het iemand net het aangeneem? Dit het gezien of niet aangeneem?
Aangeneem, my lord.
An assumption, my lord. I made an assumption.
What did you see?
Wat het u gezien?
Ik heb gezien die vrouw geeft iets aan Kelly, iets aan Kelly's hand.
I saw the lady handing something into Kelly's hand.
Could you see what type of substance it was?
Kon u zien wat er soort iets hier was? Hierdie was?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Now I'm confused. Because you just told us less than a minute ago that it looked like money, paper. That she had, until Mr. Sivnarayan pointed out the distance, then suddenly it was just an assumption.
Dat was mijn eigen aankleding wat ik gemaakt heb. Dat is
That's my
geld.
own assumption I made, my lord.
Why did you tell me just before that? It looked like paper.
Hoekom het u dan vir my gesê dat het voorgekom as dit papier is?
Sorry, my lord.
Do you have an answer?
Het u antwoord?
Nee, my lord.
No answer, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, accused number 3 will deny that she ever said to you that she had sold her child Joshlin.
Beskuldige nommer 3 sal verwerp en sal ontken dat sy vir u gesê het dat sy haar kind Joshlin verkoop het.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did it, my lord.
She will deny that there was ever any planning with any person regarding this offense.
Sy ontken dat daar enige plan was met enige persoon in verband met hierdie klagte. Met hierdie daad.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did it, my lord.
Now, ma'am, my instructions are that
My instructie is dat
accused number 3 never met any person by Apollo.
beskuldige nommer 3 het geen persoon ontmoet by Apollo nie.
Sy het.
She did.
And she denies that any item was handed to her, more specifically money.
Sy ontken dat enig item of iets aan haar gegee was vir naam geld.
Dit was so gewees.
It was like that.
You agree with me that if accused number 3 did have this money as you say, it then would not have been necessary for her to borrow money from Carl and Ziegers that Monday.
Sal u met my saamstem, as beskuldigde nou met 3 so geld gehad het soos wat u beweer, was dit nie nodig vir haar om geld so geleen het by Ms. Ziegers, soos sy gesê het nie.
Ik weet niet van die geld ze geleend bij iemand, ik weet die daarvan niet.
I have got no knowledge about money she borrowed from someone.
Well, there was evidence before this court that she had borrowed approximately 150 or 200 rand on that specific day.
Daar is getuienis voor hierop wat gekom het tot 'n effek dat sy wel in die dag 150 tot 200 rand geleen het.
Ik weet die daarvan niet.
I have got no knowledge of that, my lord.
But you agree with me that if she did have the 20,000, there was no need for her to borrow money from anyone.
Maar sal u met my saamstem, as sy hierdie 20.000 rand gehad het, was dat so dat geen rede vir haar gewees het om geld te leen nie.
Ik stem niet samen niet.
I don't agree with you.
Why?
Hoekom nie?
Want ze heeft het gedaan.
Because she did it.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that she never saw you at all on the morning of the 19th of February 2024.
Instructie van beskuldigde nommer 3 is dat sy het vir u nooit die 19de oggend gesien van die maand Februarie 2024 nie.
Ik was daar geweest op maandagochtend.
I was there the Monday morning
Voor ze weer doorgegaan het.
before she left to work.
She will deny that there ever was an argument between her and Butta the previous day, the 18th of February.
Sy sal ontken dat daar 'n gestryery was tussen sy en Boeta die vorige dag.
That's now on the Sunday.
That is Sunday, my lord.
Sondag.
Yes?
She will tell the court.
Let's just let the witness answer.
Sorry, my lord.
Kan
Beskuldigde
meneer
nommer 3 sê sy ontken dat 'n gestryery plaasgevind het tussen haarself en Boeta die vorige dag, dis die Sondag.
alle twee het gestreden die zondag. Dat is
They
recht.
had an argument this Sunday, my lord.
Yes?
She will deny that she told anything relating to the giving away or the sale of Joshlin to Butta.
Sy ontken dat sy gesê gepraat oor die verhandeling oor die oorgee van Joshlin.
Kan meneer of mij weer herhalen?
Can you please repeat that again?
She will deny that she ever had any conversation with accused number 1 regarding the sale of Joshlin.
Sy sal ontken dat sy enige gesprek sou gehad het met skuldige nommer 1 in verband met die verkoop van Joshlin.
Zij heeft respect gehad met Boeta. Oor Joshlin zou kooperen.
She had a conversation with Boeta about the sale of Joshlin.
She will deny that she ever went to any pile of rubbish and dug around in there.
En sy sal ook ontken dat sy op enige stadium na klomp vullis gegaan het waar sy deursoek het.
Zij was daar geweest bij die vullis.
She was there at the hip of this rubbish.
She will deny that she ever told you that she sold her child.
Sy verder ontken dat sy vir gesê het dat sy Joshlin verkoop het.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did.
She will also deny that she ever packed any cooler bag with Joshlin's clothing.
Sy verder ontken dat sy op enige stadium klere van Joshlin in 'n koelerbag gepak het.
Ek het gesien sy doen dit.
I saw her doing it.
She will also deny that there was any discussion relating to the time and where Joshlin should be dropped off on the Monday, the 19th.
Sy sal ook ontken dat daar enige gesprek was waar Joshlin sou gedrop word die maandag.
Daar was 'n gesprek geweest oor Joshlin.
There was a discussion about Joshlin.
She would deny that she ever told you she's going to share money with you or give you 1,000 rand, and Stefano, accused number 2, 1,200 rand.
Sy sal verder ontken dat sy met u vir u sou beloof het 1,000 rand en 1,200 vir Stefano.
Sy het aan my gesê sy gaan vir my 1,000 rand gee en vir Stefano 1,200 rand. Sy het dit gesê.
She told me that she was going to give me 1,000 rand, 1,200 to Stefano.
In fact, she denies everything you say relating to her with regard to this offense.
To her,
Relating to her with regard to this offense.
relating
To accused
to
number 3.
her regarding the
Yes,
offences.
thank you, madam.
Sy ontken alles in verband met wat sou plaasgevind het op die gebeure.
No. The wording of the question was framed in a particular way. So I wanted to be interpreted to the witness in that way. It's a so-called umbrella question. So just rephrase the question. It's not about what had happened. It's about the offences. That's the term that's been used. So just repeat it, Mr. Sivnaran. I don't want to do your job nor the interpreters.
Accused number 3 is going to deny
Beskuldigde nommer 3 sal ontken
everything that you say
alles wat u gesê het
about her
Van
with regard to this offense.
in verband met hierdie saak.
Dit is die waarheid
It is the truth
wat sy gedoen het.
what she did.
It's still not right. When you say offences, you mean the charges of aanklagte
Die aanklagte.
of klagtes.
Sy ontken,
Maar in the context of this, it relates to the charges.
sy ontken
Die aanklagte.
wat u aan die hof voorgedra het in verband met die aanklagte teen haar.
Comment?
Ek verstaan, ek kan hier goed my net weer.
So, Mr. Sivnarayan puts it to you,
Meneer Sibnarai stel het aan u.
and I'm going to read in to try and explain to you
Ek gaan dit inlees en dit probeer aan u te verduidelik.
that Ms. Smith Kelly denies
Kelly ontken
everything that you said about her involvement in these offences.
alles wat u gesê het
In other
met haar
words, on
betrokkenheid in
the
hierdie
human
klagtes.
trafficking and the kidnapping charge, and all the ones I've cautioned you about.
Al die klagtes wat ek u aan vir u gebaskeer dit van. Sy
Ja.
ontken haar betrokkenheid in enige van wat u in die hof geplaas het in verband met klagtes teen haar. Sy ontken dit.
Sy het dit gedoen, my lord.
Sy did it, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, do you agree with me
Sal u met my saamstem
that majority of what you said
meestal van wat u gesê het
in your statement to the lady with the white hair, Exhibit R,
die meerderheid wat u aan die dame gesê het aan die verklaring bevestig A
and your statement to Mr. Lombard
en die verklaring aan meneer Lombard
are very similar.
as man of meer dieselfde.
My zeg
Can you repeat that again?
Are very similar.
They are very similar.
Hulle is
The
min of meer
majority
dieselfde.
of the contents of Exhibit R and Exhibit X, that's the statements to the lady with the white hair and Captain Lombard, are very similar. That was the
Verklaring
phrasing
wat-
of the question.
Die verklaring wat u so gegee het aan hierdie dame met die grys hare en wat u aan kaptein Lombard gesê het, verklaringe, is twee verklaringe. Eerste die dame met die grys hare, die ander een met Lombard. Hulle is min of meer dieselfde.
Die een wat van Captain Lombard is die waarheid.
The one I gave to Lombard was the truth. Is the truth.
But they are very similar except for particular or specific details.
Hulle is min of meer dieselfde behalwe vir sekere detail.
That's correct, my lord.
And you confirm that on the night of the Sunday and the afternoon of the Monday you consume drugs.
U bevestig dat die aand van die Sondag namiddag en die aand die middag namiddag van die Maandag dat u dwelms gebruik het.
That's correct.
Now, the same way that being under the influence affected you when you made Exhibit R, could it not have had the same effect with regard to what you had seen and heard that Sunday night and Monday afternoon?
Can you repeat that again? It's a mouthful.
Seeing that being under the influence affected her correctness of
u
Exhibit
onder
R.
invloed was dat vir u
You were talking
Affected.
over each other, you and Mr. Blau.
I beg your pardon?
You and Mr. Blau are talking over each other, so I can't hear the question. So maybe if there's a long preamble, break it up, and then Mr. Blau can interpret that, and then you continue and interpret that, so that we have some
Thank you, my lord.
order, and so that I can hear the question as well.
You said that the statement made to the lady with the white hair cannot be relied upon because you were under the influence.
U het gesê die verklaring wat u aan die dame met die grys hare gemaak het, kan nie staat op gemaak word nie want u was onder invloed.
Maar dat is die waarheid dat ik ook aangesê het.
But this was also the truth which I related there.
But there were mistakes due to you being under the influence.
Maar daar was foute aangesien onder die invloed was.
Dat is correct.
Now, would the same not apply to what you recall regarding that Sunday night, the 18th of February, and that Monday, 19th of February?
Sal dit nie dieselfde wees van wat u so onthou het wat gebeur die Sondag namiddag en wat gebeur het die Maandag? Sal dit nie dieselfde wees nie?
Zondag is met z'n eie en maandag het z'n eie.
Sunday is on its own, Monday is on its own.
Yes.
I don't think the witness understands the question. And I don't know why I have to constantly repeat, because I've cautioned counsel to try and keep it as simple as possible. But nobody listens. So let me try. And again, I have to give a long explanation because there's some confusion now. You told us yesterday
U het ons gister gesê
about the effects that these substances would have on you.
wat die effek hierdie
Can you recall that?
dwelms aan u gehad aan u het. Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
Stowwe, ja.
So, Mr. Sivnaran had put it to you, when you spoke to the lady with the white hair, Captain Sillier, you said to us, but then the drug still had an effect on you, so therefore one can't fully rely on it.
U het gesê die tyd toe u met Kaptein Sillier praat, was die dwelms nog in die systeem gewees. U was nie volle sonder was nie uit die liggaam uit nie.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u dit?
That's correct, my lord.
Now we now know that on the Saturday, the Sunday, the 18th, and on the Monday, the 19th, you consumed similar substances.
U het gesê die Sondag, die 18de en die Maandag die 19de dieselfde soort stowwe het u gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
Now Mr. Sivnaren wants to know,
Nobody prokureur weet,
did those substances that you use not affect your observation and recollection of what you saw?
het dit nie u aangetast in verband wat u gehoor het en wat u gesien het. Hierdie stowwe wat u gebruik het, wat u aangetast het op 'n seer vorige tyd, het dit nie vir u aangetast in verband wat u gesien het, wat u sê u het gehoor het.
Soos ek al meneer vir my lord sê, dit kan my gedagtes, want ek het mos nog baie en ek roep nou lank al.
As I say to my lord, from my head, my lord, it may affect me because I was a little bit scared.
No, that's not what she said.
In my gedachte, in my mind.
That's not what she said.
Oh, George. Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
The witness said, could have affected her, and I'm cutting it short, because she's been using these substances for a long time.
Oh, thank you.
Don't have to be sarcastic, Mr. Blau. You told us the other day, so I'm just checking with you. You told us the other day that these substances, the effect stays with you for quite a long period.
U het gesê hierdie dwelm wat u gebruik bly in die systeem vir 'n lang tyd.
That's correct, my lord.
And immediately prior to 18th and 19th February, you were on a daily basis consuming these substances.
Voor die gebeure van die 19 en 20ste Februarie het op 'n daaglikse basis dwelms gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Sivnaren.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, my instructions from accused number 3 are that on the evening of the 19th,
Beskuldigde nommer 3 sê die namiddag van die 19de, die aand van die 19de,
when she realized Joshlin was missing,
I can't hear you.
on the evening of the 19th, when she realized that her child Joshlin was missing,
toe sy besef dat Joshlin weg was,
she was informed by accused number 2
sy was deur beskuldigde nommer 2
Dat-
ingelig.
you were the last person to be seen with Joshlin.
U was die laaste persoon om te gesien word met Joshlin.
That is liens.
Dis lies.
I'm further instructed that
Verder instruksie is dat
she then came to your house that evening
sy het toe by u huis aangekom die aand.
but did not find you there.
Sy kon nie vir u daar kry nie.
Sy lieg.
She's lying.
I'm instructed that it was only Ayanda with the children and he could not explain your whereabouts.
Sy sê toe verder, toe sy daar aankom was net Ayanda en die kinders. En ek kon nie vir u, ek kon nie vir haar verduidelik waar u was nie.
Sy Job.
Soos lying.
I'm instructed that a possible reason that you are implicating her
Sy sê 'n moontlike rede waarom u vir in hierdie saak trek
is to save your own skin.
is om vir u self te red.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
I'm also instructed that
Verder instructie is dat
she believes that it was you and Ayanda who were the masterminds and who had committed this offense.
dis u en Ayanda wat die breine agter alles is. U julle het hierdie klagtes gepleeg.
Dit is nie waar nie. Dit is sy en Boeta.
Not true, my lord, it's in Buddha.
And that is also one of the main reasons why Ayanda suddenly left the
Dit is
Saldanha.
ook een van die hoofredes waarom Ayanda sommer net verdwyn het.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
My lord, may I approach?
Certainly. Is your first witness in the next phase of the trial here? Witness available? Once we're done with this witness? Whilst Mr. Sivnarayan is consulting, are we going to start with the trials within trials? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. There's one aspect that I would like to address you on before I call any other witness, just something. Then we intend leading the evidence of the investigating officer, and in his evidence we will most probably go over into a trial within a trial, in his evidence. That's the plan. If that is acceptable to
Because
the court.
I'm looking at the timing. You still have to re-examine.
Yes.
And then we'll most probably take a short adjournment before we
Yes.
go into the next phase.
We have several witnesses for the trial within trial already lined up, standing outside.
Alright.
So we have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord. Then accused number 3 will deny that
Beskuldig nommer 3 sal ontken
she acted in a common purpose with any other person or a co-accused.
dat sy opgetree het in common purpose, gemeenskaplike oogmerk
Or with
ander
you,
beskuldigdes
or with you to commit this
of
offense.
met u om hierdie klagtes te pleeg.
Sy het dit gedoen.
Sy did it.
Yes.
She believes that you are only doing so to save Ayanda and yourself.
You've put that question
Yes.
and it was answered.
That is all, my lord.
Thank you. Re-examination.
My lord, please bear with me. Why did Ayanda leave?
Kom is Ayanda weg.
Dit was wat die maandag, die tyd wat hy aan dat die mense die gemeenskap gekom het en op hoor gewees het daar by die huis.
Kan jy weer herhaal?
Dit is die maandag aan na load shedding wat die mense gekom het die gemeenskap was op hoor geweest, hulle het gaan en goed gehad en hulle babaklawas op hulle koppe gehad.
It was the Monday night after the load shedding when the community arrived there. They were quite very rowdy. They brought balaclavas and some firearms with them.
Is this now the same community members, people, that also collected you?
As dit dieselfde persoon mense van die gemeenskap wat vir u kom haal het?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Dit is Saldanha Bay se mense.
Kan jy sê?
Saldanha Bay se gemeenskap.
It was Saldanha Bay community.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. You say
Kan
it
ek
was
verstaan?
community members that came there, they were rowdy, they wore balaclavas, had firearms. How did that make Ayanda leave? I'm trying to understand.
In verband met hierdie mense toe hulle aangekom het, hier self was 'n broer gewees met firearm, met vuurwapens en die balaclavas. Hoe het Ayanda gevoel?
No, how did that make Ayanda leave?
Hoe dit gemaak dat Ayanda moet weggaan?
Sy broer het vir hom gesê, maar die plek is nou onveilig vir hom, want die gemeenskap was so agter hom aan.
His brother said to him that his life is not safe. The community is now after him.
En sy broer het hom gesê dat dit is wat die beste wil, laat hy maar liewer na die Kaap toe gaan.
His brother said it's better for you to go to Cape Town
En bly daar.
and stay there.
And did you then go with him
Dat is correct, my lord.
and your children?
En my two children.
And then did both of you come back from Cape Town again?
Het julle weer beide teruggekom vanuit Kaap?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Why?
Kom dan.
Tot een lange baan, sy broer sal boos kry daar so.
I couldn't hear the witness.
Oorgekom
Yeah.
van Cape Town af.
We came from Cape Town.
Lange baan, nie sorry nou voor dit nou. Voor ons vir kaptein Lombaard gekry het,
Before we got hold of Captain Lombard,
was ons in die Kapen, kom ons Saldanha Bay toe.
we were in Cape Town and then
Dus, my lord, het is nou heel die mekaar, het is nou verkeerd gesê, sorry. Oud in die Kaap gebly, by
Was staying
Ayanda
in
se
Cape Town?
begon. Toe het kaptein Lombard gekom,
Captain Lombard came.
en toe het ek en Ayanda, en toe kunnen samen naar die politiestatie toe gekom. We hebben in het,
Both we came with him to the police station.
en toen is daar vanaf tot ik was arresteerd moest geweest, hij is jou daar aan geweest.
That night I was arrested.
En
Same night.
Ayanda was daar vanaf weer teruggekomen met 2 kinders.
And then went back to Cape Town. With
En
the
daar
kids.
vanaf dat ik weer van Ayanda moest zien, nie. Dus ik heel tijd moest in de gevangenis.
I didn't see Ayanda after that because I was in custody.
So just to summarize, if I understand it correctly, she was arrested in Cape Town, apprehended in Cape Town by Captain Lombard, and Ayanda and the kids came back to Saldanha. She was then formally arrested and kept in custody. Ayanda and the kids went back to Cape Town, and that was the last she saw. So you didn't come back voluntarily to the hotspot.
U het nie op u eie teruggekom.
Wie nou ik?
You and or Ayanda.
U en of Ayanda.
Ik heb die van Ayanda gezien daar vanaf.
U het nie vrywillig op u eie teruggekom vanaf die Kaap af hier toe.
Nee, ik heb soos alle gezegd, kaptein Lombard het gebel van weet je wie nie. Toe die squeerde, weet je weet dat kaptein is, toe die man voor ons kom halen. Maar toen zei hulle, die persoon nou, maar die politiestatie mense sê, ons moet gauw politiestatie toe kom, want Ayanda se suster Makalimo kom nou uit, van, hy moet teken, Ayanda moet teken, dat sy kan uitkom met die sjalikie sê, dis hoe ons nou van Ayanda se broer afgekom het, nou tot die bejone eenheid, Maar toen zei ik van Janda, ik ken die mensen wat hier bij ons is. En Janda strijdt toen samen met mij. Janda wil niet.
That's not the question I asked.
Dit is die vraag nie.
And in any event, I'm not going to allow new evidence now in the re-examination.
Sorry, my lord.
Just listen to the question and just answer the question.
Okay, my lord.
Luister na die vraag en antwoord.
We almost done because re-examination is not to rehash everything. I'm
Sorry,
explaining
my
to
lord.
you so that the prosecutor can hear as well. We're going to keep it short. Relax. Don't faint.
Sorry, my lord.
Okay.
So just so that I can understand, because you also referred to people coming to you in Langebaan, that you were in Langebaan also, and people collecting you there.
Mense het aan u gekom in Langebaan.
So I'm just trying to get the timeline. So did that incident happen before you and Ayanda and the kids went to Cape Town?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Just trying to understand. All right. And those people that collected you in Langebaan and tortured you and took you to the bush, who are they? Do you know?
Die persone wat u geneem het na Langebaan, gemartel het, geneem u. Wie is die persone?
Ik ken glad die mensen
I
niet.
don't know these people at all, man.
It was put to you
Dit was aan u gestel.
all that you are telling the court is just lies,
Alles wat u vir hom vertel het is leuns.
and you are falsely implicating the three accused before court.
U valslik betrek drie beskuldigdes vir hom in hierdie saak.
Now, is that true?
Is dit waar?
Wat is waar, mevrouw?
Jok u net. Are you just lying and falsely implicating them?
Lieg u net en impliseer die beskuldigdes valslik in hierdie saak?
Nee, my lord.
No.
The Wrens that used drugs in February 2024 and agreed to do this for money, is that the same Wrens that is sitting here today?
Die rens wat dwelms gebruik het in Februarie van 2024 en die rens wat ingestem het in verband met wat so plaasgevind het. Is dit dieselfde persoon wat vandag is sit? Is dit nog dieselfde persoon?
Sy is met dezelfde persoon nie.
She's not the same person anymore.
Why do you say that?
Kom sê jy dit?
Want ik heb mijn hand voor mijn borst, toen zei ik voor mezelf, ik is nou klaar met alles, ik ga meer beter leven, ga ik nog beginnen staan.
I put my hand in front of my chest, my Lord, I said, now I've had enough. I'm going to start a new life for myself, a better life for myself.
If you were put in the same position now to do it again for money, would you do it?
As u in dieselfde posisie nog geplaas word om dit te doen vir geld, sal u dit doen? Sal u dit doen?
Nee, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, it's been a tough week, if not longer.
Moeilike week.
I'm not going to ask you any further questions about the case,
Ek gaan nie vir u verdere vrae vra nie.
but I want to ask you a few other questions as a parting shot.
Dat is correct.
And I need to explain something to you.
Ek wil net u moet verduidelik sekere goede.
But I'm going to leave the explanation because I have to explain to you how I'm going to deal with the evidence and whatever should happen one way or the other. Don't worry about it now. Did you get help for your drug use?
Het u hulp gekry vir die gebruik van misbruik van my dwelms?
Nee, my lord.
No, my Lord.
Don't you think you need it?
Dink u nie u benodig dit nie?
Nee, my lord.
You should maybe, I know you're still under witness protection, you should maybe discuss it with them.
Ek dink u moet dit met hulle opneem. U is nou in 'n beskerming, u moet dit opneem met hulle. Praat jy daaroor met hulle?
Ek sal praat met hulle, my lord.
Because I have a concern, and it could be that part of your drug use could also have led to what seemed to me on the face of it, panic attacks, whilst you understand. I'm speculating. But you're telling me you want to start a new life, so I cannot help myself but to say a few words to you. Do you understand?
Ek verstaan, my lord.
Then, when last did you see your children?
Wanneer laas het u kinders gesien?
Ek het nog, is nou 'n jaar wat ek nog my kinders gesien het.
It has been a year since I saw my children. I haven't seen my children, my lord.
Have you spoken to them about seeing your children?
Het u met hulle gepraat om my kinders te sien? Waar u is?
Waar ek nou is.
Where I'm now, my lord. Ja.
It might even be possible to have telephonic contact or maybe a video call. I know you're under witness protection. I don't know what the rules are. But at least I think you should speak to them about it.
U moet al wat 'n manier ook u moet maar met probeer.
Sal so maak, my lord.
Now for the formal part.
Formele gedeelte.
Cross-examination.
Kruisondervraging
In court, that's one part of the process.
as een gedeelte van hierdie proses.
And often it's robust.
Gewoonlik is dit bietjie baie hard, moeilik.
Ultimately, I must decide
Op die einde van die dag moet ek 'n besluit neem
what I believe and how I sift through all the evidence.
wat ek glo.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan nie?
Ek verstaan, my lord.
So I will not draw any inferences at this stage about your evidence.
Ek gaan niks teen u enige nadele in verband met die getuienis nou neem.
I will wait till the last witness has testified.
Ek gaan maar wag tot die laaste getuienis aflê.
And that may include the accused.
Dit kan mag moontlik in beskuldigdes ook in deel
And
was.
then the advocates will address me and they will argue their case.
Op die einde van dit gaan hulle saak nog in die hof betoog.
And I will interrogate them on what they are submitting to me.
Ek sal vra wat hulle sal betoog.
Then I might take a day or two and go and sleep on it. Then I will make a decision.
Dan sal ek nou besluit neem.
So what I cautioned you about in the beginning,
Toe ek gewaarsku het
About-
tevore
a discharge in indemnity,
in verband met die vrywaring,
that decision will only be made once I have evaluated all the evidence.
die besluit sal geneem word nadat ek alle getuienis geëvalueer het.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan?
Ek verstaan, my
I
lord.
understand, my lord.
Do you have any questions?
Het jy enige vrae?
Nee, my lord.
Thank
No.
you. You may be excused.
Jy is dan verskoon.
Dank u, my lord.
My Lord, perhaps just on that aspect, would the court request that the witness returns on the day of the judgment, just so that she knows that that is part of the process or not? Because that would also influence her position.
We will arrange that if necessary. I take it the witness will still be under witness protection in the next few months. We don't know, but
Not
at
in my
least
hands.
you will know where the witness is. In the event that I grant the indemnity, then it's not necessarily if it's going to be a lot of inconvenience, because then the witness can just be informed there's the order. If, however, it goes the other way, then clearly I'll have to tell the witness, and she must hear the reasons as to why I've decided in that way. But it's early days. Can't tell.
No, I just thought
I don't want the witness to panic, to think she must come back to court.
Okay.
For now, she's free to go. I've got no control over the witness protection program.
No, me neither.
But we've done with the evidence.
Thank you, my lord.
Good. Now, Ms. Lombard, Ms. Swanepoel, I'm sorry, because I see her still in the corner of my eye. Ms. Lombard, you may be excused.
Yes, that's one.
Thank you, Rens.
So that's what I wanted to say before I turn to you. There was something you wanted to address me on.
Yes, my
So
lord.
maybe if we can deal with that and then decide, are we going to take the luncheon adjournment first, bring it forward, and then move on to the next phase, or will this affect how we're going to deal with it?
My lord, I would like to address you on this and in open court because this happened during the cross-examination of Ms. Lombard. So this is literally what happened. So after having heard a version being put to Ms. Lombard, a specific person who was sitting in the gallery knew that there was something that she had to say. That was reported immediately in the adjournment to the investigating officer, who then obtained an affidavit, or an affidavit was obtained from her. He also made his own affidavit, and the exhibit that this witness had was then also produced. This has not been given to the defense because this happened in cross-examination. We just wanted the process of the cross-examination to be finished. There are copies available, and I now wish to give it to the defense. It's on a specific instruction that was put in cross-examination to Ms. Lombard. It's not a big thing, but it is something which we believe is necessary to also adduce in evidence. So I understand and we acknowledge that the witness is not on the list of witnesses, and this affidavit was not given, nor the photograph, but it was something that happened in last week during the cross-examination and spontaneously from the person.
I note that. You can provide your colleagues with a copy of the affidavit, and once you're ready to call the witness, I can look at the volume. I don't want to count. I can see it's paper from here, but I'm close to where the defense counsel is.
Now,
if those are 3 copies, it's 1 to 3 pages max.
Yes, my lord. It's literally 2 pages, the one affidavit, and this is handwritten. 2 page, 1.5 page, and that's actually just the commissioning, the other one, and then a photograph and the properties of the photograph. So it's really very simple. We did
hand it to the defense, and once I take it by tomorrow, they could have prepared on that issue. And if the witness, or did you want to call the witness today?
My lord, if the defense was amicable thereto, the witness is available. She did come from Cape Town. She is available to testify today. If that is possible, as I say, this is a very short and limited to one aspect.
I take it the defense counsel need to take instructions from their clients.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Even if we have to interpose, is the witness local or not?
Cape Town, my lord. I just didn't want to start with get into a trial within a trial and then have to.
No,
so I thought just to raise it now.
It's 20 past 12 now.
Yes.
Right. Let's take the adjournment till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Let the defense consider whether we can interpose that witness, whether they will be ready or not, and then maybe tell me what the stance is. If we can help the witness away, we can do that. If we can't, then we proceed at 1 o'clock with the next phase. Today is Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah. So if we start, are you going to do both at the same time, or?
My Lord, we planned on doing, and this is what from our side, what we suggest, is to do 2 separate trials within trials. Both the 2 accused.
Are they different witnesses?
Different witnesses, my Lord, different witnesses. Some similarity, but mostly different witnesses. But there would be similarity as to the leading up, in other words, the investigating officer. Of course, that would be the same. But there are different documents. For the one, 3, and the other one, 2.
I know the documents, but might be different. But remember, I've seen the explanations of plea, the section 115.
Yes.
And you saw what happened yesterday. And don't worry, I'm going to stretch the 1 o'clock now, because I want to clear this up. What happened yesterday, that although there might be different documents, it could be a J88, or it could be a videographer, if a videographer was used. And there are touch points, then we waste a lot of time by interrogating something in the one trial within a trial, and then have to go back to it in the next trial within a trial. One way of doing it is to say, we isolate, because that's the whole idea. We isolate the admissibility of 2 documents relating to 2 accused.
Yes.
And we present all the evidence on that. Remember, we don't have a jury system. And then I can decide once and for all on that.
Yes.
I would propose you think about it. Council can have, if you don't agree with my proposal, you can make submissions to me and then I'll make a ruling.
My
That's
Lord,
how I'm going to deal with it.
So just for clarity, you suggest that we rather just do 1 trial within
One
a trial,
trial within
and
a
not
trial
2 separate ones.
with both of the statements, if they are statements. The state present all the evidence on, I take it this is one where the onus is on the state. The state present all the evidence. If needs be, the accused one to take a stand on or call evidence on the admissibility part. We deal with that, I rule on it. And it might be the ruling on the one goes one way and the ruling on the other goes another way. But that's par for the course. But we'll save a lot of time. I can anticipate with 2 people in the same case, where we often waste time is, say for example, there's a J88 of, and I know from the pleas that it relates to accused 1 and 2. Because the basis has been laid there for the trial within a trial. The J88 of accused number 1 might elicit questions about the J88 of accused number 2. The particular manner of keeping the chain, and I don't know whether I saw in Exhibit R the chain that they followed, keeping their chain. There might be similarities, or there might be one common official that played a role. So now you have to lead that evidence again, because remember, it's in a compartment of its own.
Yes.
So you can't then take it from this and put it in there unless there's an agreement. And often in criminal trials get dragged out because things that can be admitted and or agreed to are not agreed to, because that's the nature our litigation in criminal courts have developed, unfortunately so. So let's do that. Let's think about it. and then if we need to kick off with it this afternoon, we can kick off with it. If I can have my way, we can potentially get, if we can get to the end of the state's case on the trials within trials. I know it might be optimistic. I don't know how many witnesses you have. Because remember, we're only dealing with admissibility.
Yes, my lord.
Not the content. I will also have to determine what is the challenge
Yes,
to these statements,
yes.
because it might be that we don't even need a trial within a trial.
Indeed, my lord.
So I'll have to hear all of those submissions.
Indeed, my lord. I wanted to specifically
So-
request you to...
It's
So do
25
I.
past 12. I'm going to adjourn till 1:15. Right? And then, if you agree that it's not a trial within the trial phase, that's on the second one, you tell me. Otherwise, I will have to hear submissions before we go there. So we
Yes,
can do the
my-
witness, we can do the submissions, just as you please.
My lord, it will just definitely also assist us for the planning. Just as background, in the planning of these, for the one trial within a trial, we potentially have 23 witnesses.
Why?
And for the other one, 20.
Why?
That is if everything has to be proved, if the whole chain, everybody. That's what I'm saying, potentially. So we can definitely limit the issues and also the number of witnesses once we know exactly what the attack on the admissibility is, and whether it goes into the contents of the document, whether it was said, whether it was their own. That all depends, the issues in the trial within a trial.
Okay, at 1:15 we'll decide all of that. Your council must prepare to address me on it,
Thank you, my lord.
and then we take it from there.
As the court pleases, my lord.
But I don't want, as we used to do in murder cases, somebody come into the stand that I got there was a body with a shot to the head, and the head was lying in a northerly direction and the feet in a southerly direction. I don't want that. Good. Court will adjourn till 1:15. I indicated to her to respond to the person, apparently a concerned person who's following the proceedings, to tell the person, so if the person's listening, you will know who you are, I don't know who you are, that I will not look at anything from anybody but for that's presented in open court. And if anybody has an issue to raise and they write to my registrar, they will get the same response. A, may we share this with the parties involved in the litigation, and the judge will only engage with it once the parties indicate that he may. And it will be engaged with in open court. So, I just thought I'll mention that as well, because I just gave her the instruction on my way in to respond on email to that person to say that she will not do anything with it, not share it with the litigants nor me, unless the party agrees that it must first be sent to the litigants, being the state and the defense. Good.
Duly noted, my lord. Thank you. My lord,
Thank you.
are we going to, at this stage?
We're going to what we're here for today. So you want to present?
I want to start with the evidence of the investigating officer, my lord. It would be interleading, no incriminating evidence, up until a certain point where I will stop him. He knows not to go there, and that's where we will start with the trial within a trial.
So let's first hear from the state's perspective. Take it there are two statements.
My lord, no. Actually, the one accused has 3 because the one was stopped, so it didn't proceed, but we want to adduce the evidence of that, more specifically also the real evidence, the video thereof.
Good. And does these statements amount to confessions, or are they merely admissions?
My lord, my respectful submission is that they are indeed confessions.
Then I don't even have to turn to the defense, because then it means we have to conduct a trial within a trial.
Indeed, my lord.
In relation to that. Now, so the one person has 3 statements and the other person?
That's 2.
Any reason why they can't be dealt with in one trial within a trial?
No, my lord, we have discussed it. We thought just to keep it separate, but we can do it in one trial. I'm just going to inform the court first that we are going to start not in a chronological order of the witnesses, but of the accused. But
that's fine.
There's no specific.
Mr. Harmsen, any reason why we can't deal with it in one trial within a trial?
Right now that but I'm trying to think why it shouldn't be one trial
why should it be separate?
One. The most obvious reason I can think, if I remember correctly from my preparation, I think they were the same doctor was involved. I think so. So that would make sense. The peace officer, two different peace officers, and that's mainly the issue.
So there's an overlap of evidence, of witnesses, at least the doctor.
Well, I think the doctor is the same doctor. My learned colleagues can help me there, but I think it's the same doctor that was...
And we've been told yesterday that the doctor or doctors are abroad.
Yeah, that's a problem, my lord. That's a problem, I submit.
So if we do it in one trial within a trial, we can arrange that hybrid hearing in one session.
Sorry, my Lord, say that again. I apologize.
So if the witness is abroad, we can deal with the evidence of that witness on an electronic platform. In other words, the witness can be abroad, I can swear in the witness, the camera can be set up so that we see the room, and we hear the evidence, cross-examination takes place as normal, except the person's face is on the screen.
Indeed, my Lord, yes.
But if the witness overlaps between the two different inquiries, then it's convenient to do it in one.
I concede that, my Lord, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nkabai, your views?
Good afternoon, my Lord. I have no objections to travel in a trial.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan? Unless you have an objection, you can just indicate to me that you have none, because we have to adjust everything.
I have no objection.
Good. Thank you. Then that's the way we go. We shall have one inquiry, in one hearing, and I will then decide. So let me just explain, because there's a big public interest in the matter, so that the public understand what we're dealing with. I first have to determine whether these, they call it extracurrial statements. In other words, it's statements made outside of the courtroom, whether they are admissible as evidence in the case. Now, when one deals with, as the state indicates, a confession, the test is a little bit higher than with normal admissions. It's isolated from the main case so that the evidence led there may not contaminate the main case. Because sometimes in that inquiry, the court makes credibility findings, can be on a witness for the state or the accused, and that is isolated. The fact that somebody in a trial, within a trial, conducted himself in a particular way doesn't mean it carries through. So in the cases prior to 1961, where we had a jury trial, the juries would have been excused and it would be dealt with by the presiding judge. We don't have juries, so I decide on everything, but it's isolated. We will now proceed with that process. First inquiry will be only on the admissibility, so it's all the requirements for admissibility. I will then decide on that. If I decide it's inadmissible, the state cannot present the contents of the statements or the videos. If I decide it is admissible, we go on to the presentation of that evidence onto the record. So don't expect any fireworks or things that somebody had said until we get to the second stage, if we get there. Let's go, Ms. Lombaard. Don't tell me my throat is playing up as well. Yes.
I then
You
call,
want to call?
Thank you. Thank
Captain
you, my
Lombard.
Lord. Captain Wesley Lombard, A14 in the case docket, and he is number 1 on the list of state witness, being the
Thank you.
investigating officer.
Jerry, may you swear the witness, please?
Please give your full names to the court.
Joshlin Lombaard.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Yeah, Edla.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand. and say I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard. You may be seated. And just for the record, it's Lombard with one A.
Yes.
And number 1 on the list of witnesses. It's a bit tight for you. So we're moving from one Lombard to another. You sat in court for the last few weeks, so you know the drill. Do you wish to testify in Afrikaans or in English?
Afrikaans, Heer Lagmare.
Afrikaans. Good.
Yeah.
My Lord, I'm told it's a Lombard thing. Apparently they all speak very fast. So I'm also going to try to stop him and get him to speak slower.
At least he's got one less A, so maybe it will be slower.
Thank you, my Lord. Captain, you are a captain in the South African Police Services.
He is a captain in die dienste van die Suid-Afrikaanse polisie.
Dis geen reken, Heer Lagmare.
That's correct, my lord.
And currently, you are stationed at the Provincial Organised Crime Investigation Unit, and more specifically, part of the anti-kidnapping investigation team, or desk there.
Die georganiseerde misdaad in die Weskaap, voornamelijk in die plek van in die specialiseer in kidnapping.
Dis geen reken, Heer Lagmare.
That's correct, my lord.
You are also the investigating officer in this case.
He is ook de onderzoekbeambte in hierdie saak.
Dis geen reken, Heer Lagmare.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell the court about your background, your career background. How long have you been in the police? Where were you stationed? What's your history, career history?
Kan ieder in die hof hier kennis gee waar gestationeerd is, hoeveel jaren, diensten en ondervinding.
Heer Lagmare, die jaar...
Can I just inquire whether we going into any Xhosa speaking witnesses this afternoon?
Not this afternoon, no, my lord, no.
I am going to temporarily excuse my registrar to just accompany Ms. Pulani so that she can have her medical condition attended to. And she will return in the morning. Ms. Naidu will return in the next 10 to 15 minutes. She's just going to drop off. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem, my lord.
Heer Lagmare, die jaar
This year, my lord,
gaan ek wees 22 jaar in die politiediens.
I'll be 22 years with SAPS.
Uit die 22 jaar
Out of this 22 years,
as ek direk na my collegeopleiding by die speurders aangesluit.
directly from my college training, I was accepted or admitted at the detectives.
Ek het my speurdiens jare begin by Mitchells Plain speurders.
I started my service as a detective at Mitchells Plain.
Ek was in Mitchells Plain. Het was my mandaat waar ek in die laaste paar jare gewerk het met die ernstige geweldmisdaad ondersoeke.
At Mitchells Plain, my mandate was to work with the violent crimes unit.
Ek was ook blootgestel aan bedrogondersoeke.
I was also exposed to investigation of fraud
en vele ander misdade wat ons ondersoek het.
and further other offenses which we would investigate.
In die jaar 2013
In the year 2013,
het ek begin by die provinsiale kantoor by die speurdiens.
I started at the provincial office of the detectives.
Daar was my ondersoekwerk ook met die ernstige geweldmisdade.
At that stage, there also, my lord, my duties was also with the investigating of violent crimes,
Serious violent crimes.
serious and violent crimes.
In 2018
2018,
het ek by McGregor spiertak begin as die spierhoof. McGregor spiertak.
McGregor.
Ja, dis korrek, dag by dag.
As the detective head, is that what you said? Speerhoof?
Dis korrek.
Detective head at McGregor Detectives.
Yes.
So my pligte het verander van die
then my duties changed.
waar ek basies die spiertak, ek was in bevel gewees, ek moet my lede leiding gegee het met ondersoek as ook die ander administratiewe gedeeltes wat
I was in charge. I had to lead my members, give some training.
wat ook afgehang het van wat ander bestuursverpligtinge is. Dit was deel van my mandaat gewees daai tyd.
It all depends as to what my job would be, and then part of my mandate as well.
2022 in Januarie maand
2022 in January,
het ek begin by die Doringspiertak as die spierhoof.
I started at the Dorans Detectives as the head.
My mandaat was dieselfde gewees soos in McGregor. Dit was net op 'n verskillende kantoor gewees.
My mandate was the same as McGregor, my lord. There was at different offices.
Ek was daar gewees tot en met die einde September 2022.
I was there until the end of September 2022.
In Oktober 2022 het ek begin weer by die provinsiale kantoor by Organized Crime Investigation.
At the end of in October, then I went back to provincial crime.
Provincial
Investigations.
organized crime. Provincial organized crime.
Dis korrek,
Organized crimes investigations,
waar ek die pligte oorgeneem het as die bevelvoerder
whereby I
van
took over the duties as the duty officer, the fellow commander,
Branch commander.
van die anti-kidnapping investigation groep by die provinsie.
kidnapping of the province.
This anti-kidnapping team, is that a task team? Is it a unit? Is it a desk? Is it just a subdivision of provincial organized crime? Just explain that to us.
Die anti-kidnapping team
The anti-kidnapping team, my lord,
resulteer onder die Organized Crime Investigation umbrella.
it's under the umbrella of the organized crime.
Ons is 'n tipe task team
We like a task team
wat spesifiek daarna kyk na kidnapping related sake wat aangemeld word.
where we would deal with kidnapping cases which are going to be reported.
Ons vorm ook deel van 'n multidisciplinary investigative approach in die provinsie
We also form part of the multidisciplinary action in the province.
waar daar wat deel maak van ons is soos die DPCI, die Hawks,
It's like the DPCI, the Hawks.
van hulle ondersoekbeamptes is deel van hierdie multidisciplinary approach.
Some of the investigating officers are part of this multi-function.
Ons het crime intelligence,
With crime intelligence,
ons het ook vele ander van die polisie eenhede wat vir ons help wanneer ons as 'n multidisciplinary sake ondersoek.
we also and some of the other police units to assist us.
So, can you then tell us when and how did you become aware of this matter and how did you get involved?
Can we just maybe adjust the microphone slightly closer to Captain Lombard so that we can amplify the Afrikaans a little bit better? Just concerned that not everybody can hear.
Is dit reg so julle?
That's much better, thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Edelagbare, ek het die eerste keer van die Joshlin se vermissing gehoor. Dit was op die laatmiddag van die 20ste Februarie 2024.
I first to get to know or get information about the getting lost of Joshlin on the 20th of February 2024.
Ek is nie verseker of dit op social media gewees het of op die nuus nie. Ek weet ek was op pad huis toe gewees.
I'm not sure whether was it on the news or was it social media, but what I can remember, I was on my way home.
Ek het begin navraag doen.
Then I made an inquiries.
Waar ek dieselfde middag begin rondbel het na die polisiestasies hier asook Vredenburg. Ek het 'n kollega van my in Vredenburg polisiestasie ingekry telefonies.
From Saldanha and from Vredenburg, telephonically I contacted a colleague of mine.
My kollega het met my meegedeel dat die FCS-eenheid Vredenburg is besig met die ondersoek van die vermiste kind.
My colleague informed me that the FCS of Vredenburg were busy with the investigation of this lost child.
Ek het gevra die kontakbesonderhede van die ondersoekbeampte.
Then I asked for the contact details of the investigating officer.
Ek was meegedeel dat Sergeant Milstein van die FCS kantoor.
I was then informed that Sergeant Milstein of SCS
as die ondersoekbeampte van die inquiry night was 'n navraag gewees.
Is the investigating officer of the inquiry when I inquired.
Ek kan onthou, ek het hom 'n paar keer geskakel, maar ek kon hom nie inkry na my oproep met my kollega nie.
I remembered I tried to call him numerous times, which I couldn't get hold of him from the number which my colleague provided me with.
Ek het toegesien dat op die nommer dat dit ook 'n WhatsApp-account wat onder die nommer toegelink is.
Then I realized on this number there's a WhatsApp account.
What account?
A WhatsApp account.
WhatsApp
account which is connected to this number.
Ek het vir hom 'n boodskap gestuur.
I sent him a message
waarin ek myself bekend gestel het.
Where I introduced myself to him.
En die rede hoekom ek na hom soek.
And the reason why I was looking for him.
En as hy die boodskap kry of hy met my terug kan skakel of kommunikeer op enige ander manier.
If he received the message, can he communicate, call me or send me a message?
Dit was vroeg aangewees waar ek toe weer probeer vir Susan Milstein inkry en die keer het hy toe geantwoord sy telefoon.
It was early night when I tried to get hold of Sergeant Milstein again.
Ek het hom ingekry.
Then I found him, I got hold of him, my lord.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hulle is nog steeds besig buite om te soek na die kind.
He informed me that they were still busy searching for the child.
En wat hulle alles gedoen het vir die dag en waar hulle soek.
What they did during the day and where would they be looking for, searching.
Ek kon nie alles woord vir woord hoor toe hy sê nie van daar was baie lawaai, mense het gepraat aan die agterkant en daar was wind aan die agterkant.
I couldn't hear word by word that he was talking or what he was saying, my lord, because there were quite a number of people behind him at his back, and there was also wind. Some voices behind him.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you there. I know what you're doing. You are listening to the English as well and correcting him. That's no problem, but just do it audible, because otherwise it looks as if you are whispering things to him. So that just rather than say what you're saying to him. Okay.
Dis reg, die laaste gedeelte van die gesprek het ek gehoor, hy sê vir my hulle is buite, hulle is nog besig om te soek en dit is waar die oproep geëindig het.
The last part, it's where he said they were busy with the search. That's where the conversation stopped.
All right, this was on the 20th of February.
Dis
the 20th.
Dis reg,
Correct, so my lord.
Die volgende dag het ek weer met hom in kontak gekom.
The next day, I got in contact with him again.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat die ouers wat Kelly is.
Then he informed me that the parents, who is Kelly,
Hy het gesê Kelly en Boeta. Ek het nie hulle regte name geken by daai tyd nie.
he said Kelly and Buta. Then real names was unknown to me at that stage.
En hy het ook die naam genoem van Rensie of Rens,
He also mentioned the name of Renzi or Rens,
met wie hulle gepraat het.
with whom they spoke to.
En hulle het met basis weer vir my gesê dat hulle steeds besig om te soek en hulle volg alle leidrade op.
They were still busy with the searching. They followed any other
Leidrade.
leads.
Soos die week aangegaan het,
As the week was progressing,
het ek en Susan Milstein baie keer in kontak met mekaar gekom.
me and Captain Sergeant Milstein had a lot of contact between us.
In die tyd kan ek onthou het hy aan my genoem
During this time, or in this time, I can remember he mentioned to me
dat dit voorkom of die ma Kelly
it appears as if the mother Kelly
nie seker is of die boyfriend wat toe Boeta bekend is my by die huis gewees het tot sy by die huis kom en of hy nie by die huis gewees het toe sy van die werk af kom die laatmiddag nie.
She wasn't sure whether the boyfriend Buta was at the home, and when she came back late.
'n ander aspek wat hy ook aan my genoem het was dat
Another aspect he also mentioned to me was that
Boeta
Buta
nie gehelp het vir Joshlin soek die aand.
did not assist or help in searching for Joshlin that night.
Maar soos tyd aangegaan het daai week het Kelly toe gesê dat maar Boeta het gesit.
But there's a week progresses that but Kelly said to him that Buta did assist.
As ek reg kan onthou, heel agbare is dat die verklaring van Kelly was al klaar bekom gewees.
If I can remember correctly, my lord, the statement from Kelly was already received.
En ek praat nou in die korreksie dat dit wel melding gemaak het
It is under correction, my lord, which as mentioned,
dat Boeta nie by die huis gewees het nie.
that Buta was not at home.
En dat Boeta nie gehelp soek het nie, maar wel
Buta didn't assist in helping, but
dat sy saam met gemeenskaplede gesoek het na Joshlin die aand toe sy die ontdekking
that
maak.
she was with the community searching for Joshlin that night.
Ons elke dag is gesprek het maar net basies gelei oor wat maak julle as julle hulp nodig, as daar iets is, laat ons weet, as ons kan kom help.
Every day we would have conversations around as to what are we doing, do you need assistance, if there's any assistance, can you come and assist?
Ek kan onthou op die Saterdag die 24ste Februarie.
I can remember the Saturday, 24th of February.
Gedurende die dag het hy met my meegedeel van inligting wat daar deurgekom het.
He informed me during the day about information which came through
dat 'n persoon wat gelyk het soos Joshlin 'n kind
that the person looks like a Joshlin child
was gewaar gewees in die Beaufort West area.
was seen in the Beaufort West area.
Ek praat in 'n korreksie, ek dink dit was weer total garage gewees.
Under correction, I think it was at a total garage.
En dat opgevolg gewees het.
It was followed up.
En dat dit 'n negatiewe uitslag gegee het. Dat
It gave a negative outcome.
Ons het 'n paar keer gepraat daardie Saterdag, die 24ste.
We spoke quite a few times on that Saturday, 24th, my lord.
Van hulle was besig met soektogoperasies.
They were busy with searching operations.
En ek het basies so amper elke tweede uur en 'n half 'n bietjie meer met hom ingecheck om te hoor of alles nog oké is. Is hy iets wat het hulle iets nuwe leidrade gevind of dit?
I would, so now within a period maybe of 2 hours, just call him and find out from him any information. Was there any leads which they found?
Tijdens ons gesprekke, daar Saterdag laatmiddag,
During our conversation Saturday late afternoon,
het ons twee, ek en Milstein,
me and Milstein,
het toe gesels oor die, as ek het kan call, die discrepancies van Kelly en Boeta, wat Boeta by die huis gewees het, en nie by die instituut wat ek genoem het.
and we spoke about the discrepancies between what Kelly said about Boeta not being at the home.
En Sergeant Milstein het toe vir my gevra of ek die volgende dag, die Sondag die 25ste, kan deurry.
Sergeant Milstein asked me if on the 25th, the next day, Sunday, can't I come through, drive through?
En of ek saam met Boeta en Kelly 'n onderhoud kan voer.
For me to have a interview with Boeta and Kelly.
Ek het ingestem tot dit.
I agree to that.
Ons het toe bespreek dat ons die volgende dag net so, ek dink dit was omtrent half 9.
Then we discussed that the next day at about 8:08.
Tussen 8 en half 9, so basically half 9 vir die laaste, sal ek in Vredenburg wees.
Between 8 and 8:08, the latest I'll be in Friedenberg.
En dan sal ek saam met Boeta en Kelly gesels.
Then I would have a conversation with Boeta and Kelly.
Ek het ook aan hom gevra dat voor ek met hulle wil gesels, wil ek net na hulle verklaring kyk, wat hulle afgegee het al klaar. Ek het aan hulle om gevra dat ek wil kyk na hulle verklarings.
I said to him, before I proceed with conversation with them, I want to look at their statements.
You are now referring to the affidavits, as in witness affidavits that had already been obtained from them at that time.
Dis korrek daar.
Okay.
Those are now the affidavits in the inquiry that's already been handed in the main trial.
Indeed, my lord, that's already exhibits before court. Yes.
Thank you.
Die volgende dag, die 25ste Februarie.
The next day, the 25th of February,
ek het ongeveer 8:30 in Vredenburg aangekom.
I arrived at around 8:30 in Friedenberg.
By die polisiestasie.
I went to the police station.
Susan Milstein het die inquiry file aan my gegee.
Sergeant Milstein then gave the inquiry file to me.
Ek het toe die inquiry file vinnig deurgekyk.
I looked quickly through this file.
Van in daai tyd,
During that time,
kan nie onthou of dit toe ek begin lees het, of toe ek besig was om te lees nie, het Kelly en Boeta 'n verskyning gemaak in die kantoor van die speurders by Vredenburg.
I don't know whether was it finished or not, but Kelly and Boeta appeared at the detective offices in Friedenberg.
Sodat ek verstaan het die polisie,
as I understood, the police
van die het vir hulle gebring tot daar, van die polisielede het hulle ingebring tot by die Vredenburg polisiestasie.
Brought them there to detectives at Friedenberg police station.
Ek het hulle het my meegedeel dat vir Kelly in Vredenburg opgetel by 'n familielid.
They said, they informed me that they picked up Kelly in Friedenberg.
En Boeta, dink ek hulle het in Saldanha gekry, in Deersville.
And Boeta, I think, was found in Saldanha, Deersville.
Ek het nie gevra spesifiek by wie se huis nie.
I didn't ask us to specific whose house, at whose house.
Nadat ek vinnig met hulle twee verklaringe deurgelees het en
After I read quickly through their statements, both statements,
en spotreading gedoen het op die ander verklaringe wat daarin gewees het.
Spot reading gedoen het op die ander verklaringe wat daarin gewees het. Spot
readings through the other statements. I made some spot readings in the other statements which were there.
En die rede vir dit is dat ek kon sien waar ek sit in die kantoor. As 'n glas.
The reason for that is that while I was sitting in this office, there's a glass.
En deur die glas het jy die sig oor die hele kantoor.
Through this glass you have a vision all over this office.
En ek kon gesien het dat Kelly baie onrustig is.
I could see Kelly was very restless.
Die manier hoe sy daar gestaan het,
the way she was standing,
sy op en af beide kante toe geloop,
walking up and down from both one side to another side.
Ek kon nie sien of hoor wat sy vir Boeta gesê het nie.
I couldn't hear what she was telling Boeta.
Maar ek kon gesien het aan haar gesiguitdrukking.
I could see the facial expressions.
Dit moes seker iets ernstig gewees het.
It could have been something serious.
Ek het toe besluit om na hulle toe te gaan.
Then I took a decision to go to them.
I'm just going to interrupt you there for a second. I just want to be sure that I understand you. Were you now in Vredenburg Police Station or Vredenburg Detectives Offices?
Was in op die polisiestasie by die Speeder se kantoor.
Die Speeder kantore van Vredenburg is binne in die hoofgebou van die polisiestasie.
The office of the detectives inside the police station. Office of the detectives inside the building of the police station.
Thank you. Now I understand. And Boeta and Kelly, were they at that stage arrested persons?
Op daardie stadium was Boeta en Kelly gearresteerde persone.
Nee, later.
No, my lord.
All right, so you decided you were now going to go to them.
Ek besluit toe ek gaan na hulle toe.
Dis korrek, maar
That's correct, my lord.
Toe ek by hulle kom, het ek myself aan hulle voorgestel.
When I was at them, my lord, I introduced myself to them.
Ek het vir hulle gesê die rede hoekom ek daar is om onderhoud met hulle te voer.
I explained to them, tell them as to what the reason was there for me to be there. I'm there to have an interview with them.
Kelly het iets in die lyn gesê van sy sal moeg van almal die onderhoude wat die polisie met hulle het, is aan mekaar dieselfde ding oor en oor.
Kelly said something in the lines of, she said she was now tired of all these policemen up for an interview with her. She must say the same thing over and over.
Ek het ook toe aan Kelly genoem.
I also mentioned to Kelly,
vandag gaan niemand hier vloek en skel nie.
today no one is going to swear here.
Niemand gaan op niemand skree vandag nie.
No one is going to scream on anyone today.
Die rede hoekom ek dit aan haar gesê het was,
The reason for me stating that to her was,
ek het verneem by kollegas dat Kelly was die Saterdag.
I understood from Kelly, from colleagues that Kelly the Saturday,
die middag was Kelly by die polisiestasie gewees.
Saturday afternoon she was at the police station.
By Vredenburg polisiestasie.
At Vredenburg police station.
Waar sy baie beskof gevloek en geskel het met van die polisielede.
Where she was very rude and swearing at the police members.
En op daai inligting het ek dit vir haar duidelik gemaak, ons gaan nie skelgetuig nie.
On that information, I made it clear to her, we're not going to do the same.
Ek het aan hulle verduidelik dat ek gaan onafhanklik met elkeen van hulle gesels.
I told them that I will independently speak to each of them.
Die onderhoude het begin met Boeta.
The interview started with Buddha.
Ons twee het in die kantoor gegaan, daar waar die glas is, en ons twee daar gaan sit.
We went to the office where this glass was, my lord. That's where we went to sit.
Net voor ons ingegaan het,
Just before we entered,
het Kelly genoem dat sy gaan naar buiten wees, sy gaan rook, en ek gesê, dis fijn, sy kan naar buiten naartoe gaan en
she
rook.
said she's going to be outside, she's going to take a smoke. And I said, no, it's fine, we can be there.
Ek en Boeta toe in die kantoor in, die deur toegemaak.
Me and Buddha entered the office and then we closed the door.
Ons het, die gesels was baie oppervlakkig soos het begin het.
It was a superficial discussion.
Ek wil geweet het wie hy is, waarvan hy kom,
I just wanted to know from where does he come from?
het hy kinders,
Does he have children?
hoe is sy verhouding met Kelly, hoe lang hulle saam is,
The relationship we had with Kelly, for how long are they together?
en is dit so dat hy bly by Kelly, dat hulle saam bly.
And is it correct that they're staying together?
Na dit, het ek hom gevra dat,
After that, I asked him,
vertel my net oor wat het die naweek gebeur, of die dag gebeur voor die maandag.
just tell me what happened over the weekend.
Hy het begin met dat, hy kan onthou dat, 'n polisieman, het oor die naweek hulle huis besoek.
He said he remembers that a policeman visited their house over the weekend.
Die besoek van die polisieman was oor 'n persoon wat 'n saak gemaak het teen hom,
The reason for this visit of this policeman was about a case which was opened by a person against him.
die persoon het die saak gemaak en die persoon vermoed vir hom dat hy honderd gesteel het.
The person opened the case because the person suspected him to have stolen chickens.
Maar hy het nie geweet enige iets van die voorval nie.
But he had no knowledge about this incident.
Hy het ook met my meegedeel dat die persoon het gevra na sy tekkies.
He further told me that this person asked for his tekkies.
Ek kan nie onthou of hy gesê die persoon het na sy tekkies gekyk het, of die persoon het gevra het nie.
I don't remember whether did he say the person looked at the tekkies, but the person asked for the tekkies.
Hy kon onthou dat hy het saam met die polisiebeampte geloop,
I can remember that he left with this policeman
tot by die polisie se voertuig die bakkie,
up to this vehicle, the back of the police,
wat aan die ander kant gestaan het van die stroom agter die huis.
which was standing on the other side of this canal behind the house, canal behind the house, behind the house, my lord.
En hy het ook gesê dat dit is wat hy kan onthou wat gebeur het, en dat hulle was ook maar net basis heel naweek by die huis, hy en Kelly met die kinders.
That's what he can remember, and they were all night at home. That's what they basic can remember, my lord.
The whole weekend or the whole night?
Die hele naweek of die hele aand?
Hy het gesê dat oor die algemeen was hulle net meestal by die huis gewees.
Over the weekend.
Oor die naweek en nagmiddag.
In general, over the whole weekend, my lord.
Die geselskap het verder gegaan waar hy gesê het, hy kan onthou die Sondag.
Then the conversation went further.
Hy het sy vriend Stefano en Rens by hom aangekom, maar by hulle huis aangekom.
He remembered that his friends Stefano and Renz came to their house.
Op 'n vraag oor wat hulle daar kom soek het, wat hulle daar kom maak het,
On a question that what were they there for,
is dat hy het so geantwoord dat hulle kom altyd daar, van hulle gebruik drugs saam.
his answer was that they usually comes there, they use drugs together.
Die gesels het aangegaan, daar was klein kwestientjies oor wat de drugs en dit, die tik en die mandrakes en dit, illegbare.
The conversation proceeded about a little bit conversations about what was used, tuk and mandrakes.
Ik noem te voor dat daar is rechte dat daar argument is om te gaan bij huis geweest het, tussen hom en Kelly.
And then I told him there's some information that there was a quarrel between you and Kelly at the house.
Hij het dit bevestig.
He confirmed that
Met die rede wat hy my toe gevra het, wat waar die argument gewees het.
with the reason that I wanted to know from him what was this argument all about.
En hy sê, sy antwoord, actually kan ek het use woord gedownplay, om te sê dat is something stupid.
He downplayed his answer and just said it's something stupid as the witness says, my lord.
Ek kon sien dat hy nie wil deel waaroor die argument gegaan het tussen hom en Kelly nie.
I could see, my lord, he wouldn't share what the argument was about between him and Kelly.
Did he tell you when this argument took place?
Het heeft hy gesê wanneer sou die gestrydery plaasgevind het.
Het is korrek, dit was die Sondag aand gewees.
That's correct, my lord. It was a Sunday night.
Ek het opgelet dat hy begin ongemaklik word.
Then I realized that he was feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
So ons het maar net aangegaan met die gesels.
We just proceeded with this conversation.
Ons het toe gegaan na die maandag toe, die 19 Februarie.
Then we went now to the Monday, the 19th of February.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat Kelly die oggend vroeg weg is van die huis af.
He informed me that Kelly left the house early that morning.
Met Rachel.
Right?
Rachel.
With Rachel. She left early that Monday morning with Rachel.
Sy vat vir Rachel na die kleuterskool.
Because she takes Rachel to the crash.
En die kleuterskool is baie naby aan die plek waar sy werk.
And the crash would be close, very close to the place she was working at.
Hy het ook aan my genoem dat Joshlin en Rekon het agtergebly by hom by die huis.
Then he further mentioned to me that Joshlin and Rekon remained at the house with him.
Hy het met my meegedeel, ek kon nie exactly sê wanneer nie of hoe laat nie.
But he said to me, I don't know whether when and at what time.
Dat hy kan onthou dat Joshlin en Rekon het hulle kos gegee.
Joshlin and Rekon was given food.
En dat hy 2 waterbakke volgemaak het, of Rekon het volgemaak, en dat hulle 2 van hulle daan gewas het en self aangetrek het.
Then two basins was filled with water, whereby they washed themselves and then they dressed themselves.
Ons gesels het aangegaan waar hy ook aan my genoem het dat sy vriende Stefano, Reins en Nilo.
Our conversation went to up to a stage whereby he said his friends Stefano, Reins and Nilo
het in daai oggend by hulle huis aangekom.
They came that morning to their house
waar hulle dwelms gebruik het.
Where they used drugs.
Hy het ook vir my gesê dat Kelly het later die oggend huis toe gekom.
Kan jy herhaal?
Kelly het huis toe gekom later die oggend.
Then he told me that Kelly came home later that morning.
Sy het nie lank gebly nie.
She didn't stay long.
Hulle het tik gebruik.
They used tuk.
En toe sy weer terugwerk toe.
Then she went back to work again.
Op die vraag wat ek aan hom gestel het,
On a question which I posed to him,
was Stefano Rens Nilo by die huis toe Kelly daar aankom.
the question was Stefano, Nilo and Renz at the house when Kelly arrived there.
Hy het basies geantwoord dat hy kan nie onthou nie
He basically answered that he can't remember
van hulle het gekom en gegaan op en af.
because they would come and go with him. They would walk up and down.
Ek het 'n vraag aan hom gestel.
I asked him another question.
So waar was die kinders die hulle nou almal die klomp dwelms gebruik het?
Where were the kids whilst all of you were using drugs?
Hy het aan my geantwoord dat Rekon binne in die huis gewees het
He answered to me that Rekwen was inside the house.
en Joshlin het buite gespeel.
Joshlin was playing outside.
Hy het toe verder met my meegedeel dat 'n tyd nadat Kelly terugwerk toe is,
He further said to me, my lord, a certain period after Kelly went back to work,
het hy vir Joshlin gevra om in die huis te kom.
then he asked Joshlin to come into the house.
Maar Joshlin wou nie inkom nie.
Joshlin wouldn't go inside the house.
Sy het buite gebly.
She remained outside.
Ek het 'n opvolgvraag gehad. Het sy met enige ander kinders dan buite gespeel?
I asked him a question was she playing with any other kids outside?
Hy het basies vir my gesê hy kon nie gesien het nie of hy weet nie.
He said to me he couldn't see or he doesn't know.
Laat in daai tyd wanneer nadat Kelly toe werk toe is Rekon toe weg na Brother Lou toe.
At that time when Kelly went to work, Rekwen is to?
Na Brother Lou.
Went to Brother Low. In the time that Kelly went back to work, Rekwen went to Brother Low.
Daai selfde tyd het hy ook gedeel dat in daai tyd het Trens vir Joshlin gevra om na kinders te gaan kyk by die huis wat slaap van sy.
At that stage, my lord, I also understood that at a stage Renz asked Joshlin to go to a house to go and look, watch her kids were sleeping.
Van toe sy weg is van die huis af te slaap die kinders nog.
Because when she left the house, the kids were still asleep.
Hy sê Renz het agterna gegaan.
He said that Renz followed.
En na tyd toe kom Renz en Joshlin terug na die huis toe.
After a certain time, Renz and Joshlin came back to the house.
Ek het hom toe gevra nou waar was hulle toe Renz hulle weg was, hulle by die huis gebly.
I wanted to know from him as to where were you when Renz and Joshlin went to the house.
Hy het vir my gesê dat
he said to me that
na Rekon weg is, 'n tyd na Rekon weg is.
After Rekon left,
is dat toe is Renz huis toe.
It was the time when Renz went home.
En so die gedeelte waar Renz die baba gaan kyk, het voorgebeur voor Rekon weg is. So ek het kan verstaan vir daai dag hierdoor.
Kan jy weer herhaal?
Die gedeelte na toe Renz die baba gaan gekyk het en kyk vir Joshlin gestuur het.
The time when Renz sent Joshlin to look to watch the baby.
Het gebeur, so vir my verstaan het, gebeur voor Rekon weg is van die huis.
That happened before Rekon left the house. From what I understand.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat Renz is nie lank na Rekon ook weg van hulle huis af.
He further said to me, Renz didn't leave the house long after Rekon left.
Ek het hom gevra nou wat het van Nilo gebeur.
So Rens, Joshlin goes to Rens's house. So Joshlin goes to Rens's house.
Yes.
Rens follows.
Dis korrek, ja.
When Rens left their house, was Requin still there?
Requin was still daar.
And Requin left shortly after that.
Nadat Rens teruggekom het.
Oh, after Rens.
Ja, vanuit, soos ek kan onthou het hy gesê dat nadat Requin geloop het na Brother Lou toe, is Rens toe weer na Rens se huis toe. So Rens moes teruggekom het voor Requin huis toe gegaan, voor Requin na Brother Lou toe gegaan het.
He says that after Rens came back, then Requin left. Rens left again after that. That would mean that Rens did go back to her house again.
En dat Joshlin saam met haar gekom het van haar huis af.
And Joshlin came with her from her house.
Op die vraag van wat het van Nilo geword?
On the question that asked as to what happened to Nilo,
kon hy my nie antwoord wanneer Nilo weg is nie.
he couldn't answer me as to what happened to Nilo.
Maar wel dat hy wat Boeta is,
but he himself, Buddha,
Stefano
and Joshlin
het agtergebly by die huis.
remained at the house.
Hy het oorgegaan na die gedeelte die storie dat Stefano het 'n microwave gehad en nog ander goed gehad wat Stefano wou verkoop het.
He went to a story whereby he said Stefano had some stuff, microwave and some other stuff wanted to sell.
En dat hulle kopers moes gekry het of vir die goed.
They must look for people who wants to buy stuff.
Hy het dit met my gedeel. Dat hulle beurte gemaak het.
He told me that they make turns
om die goed nou te gaan verkoop of na iemand toe te neem.
To sell the stuff or take the stuff to someone.
My vraag was nou, wat het dan van Joshlin geword as julle die goed gaan verkoop?
Then my question to him was what happened to Joshlin when you were going to sell the stuff?
En is in die tyd wat hy gepraat het van hulle beurte gemaak, as jy een loop, dan het jy ander ene by Joshlin agter by die huis gebly.
He said to me, my Lord, when we would make these turns, the one leaving, the one would remain with Joshlin at the house.
Ek het onmiddellik toe ek sien dat as ons van Joshlin praat en veral die tyd waar ons die gesels met Joshlin is net om hulle twee. Van nou as Rens is Nilo, ek weet nie wat aan Nilo geword het, ek weet nie, Requin is weg, Nilo is weg, kon ek gesien het tyd bietjie meer ongemaklik geword. Toe vra ek van, nou wanneer is Joshlin dan weggeword?
The time when we would speak about Joshlin, I picked up,
wanneer het Joshlin weggeword?
When Joshlin get lost. Because Nilo was gone, so was Rens also.
And Requin.
Ek kon nie vir my antwoord eintlik, het was meer soos ek weet nie of ek kan nie geantwoord het in
He couldn't answer me, my Lord. It was more of he couldn't answer me.
En op daardie stadium van die onderhoud.
During that stage of this interview,
het ek hom toe gevra, nou wat is jou verhouding met Joshlin? Hoe is jou verhouding met Joshlin?
I asked him as to what is the relationship with Joshlin, how is the relationship with Joshlin?
Ek kon agterkom dat hy nie my vraag wil antwoord nie.
I could pick up, my Lord, he wouldn't want to answer my question.
En hy sê toe dat ek moet vir Kelly vra.
Then he said to me, I must ask Kelly.
Ek noem toe aan hom in soveel woorde dat
I mentioned to him in so much words that
hy bly met Kelly,
he's staying with Kelly
met die kinders.
and the kids.
Ek is seker daarvan dat hy 'n vaderfiguur is vir die kinders.
I'm sure that he would be a father figure to the children, to the kids.
Maar op die vraag met sy verhouding, hoe is sy verhouding met Joshlin, wil hy nie antwoord nie.
But on the question as to how is the relationship with Joshlin, he wouldn't answer.
En agbare ek het opgelet dat hy homself toemaak om verdere vrae te antwoord of om dit deel te het aan die onderhoud.
I further picked up, my Lord, that he was closing him up as to have a conversation or take part in this interview further.
Ek noem toe ook aan hom,
I further mentioned to him,
as daar enige iets ernstig gebeur het,
if there's anything serious which might have taken place,
of 'n ongeluk,
or an accident,
wat Joshlin en om Joshlin gebeur het, of met haar gebeur het,
which happened maybe around Joshlin or with Joshlin,
kan hy dit deel,
we can share,
van waar ons is, dis 'n veilige plek,
because where we are at a safe place,
en hy moenie huiwer om te deel met my as dit so iets is nie.
you mustn't be hesitant as to share with me if it's like that.
Ek het ook met hom gesê, aan hom gesê dat
I further said to him, my Lord, that
as hy wil gesels,
if he wants to talk,
hy is vry om met my te gesels,
he is free to speak to me
of met my kontak te maak.
or to make contact with me.
Dit is eerder waar ons gesels daai dag gestop het van hy het heeltemal toegemaak.
That's where our conversation stopped at that day, my Lord, because he totally closed.
Can I just inquire, also during this discussion that you had with him,
Gedurende die gesprek wat u met hom gehad het,
did you ask him at what time or stage of the day Kelly came home and what happened that evening after she had come home? Did he disclose any of that to you?
het u hom gevra hoe laat, wanneer Kelly so by die huis aangekom het, wat so gebeur het hy enige iets in daardie omgewing aan u openbaar?
Tydens die ondervraging
During the questioning, my Lord,
het ek agtergekom dat hy kan nie spesifieke tyd aangee oor goed hoe laat dinge gebeur het nie.
I picked up that you can't give specific times as to what time a certain incident would happen.
En ek het vir myself gesê, as ek gaan druk vir tyd.
Then I told myself, if I want to press for time.
En dit was dan vroeg in die onderhoud, gaan ek maklik nie die onderhoud met hom kan verder voer van uit ongemaklik geword van die begin af aan.
I picked up that I'm not going to take anything from him as far as with the interview is concerned, because he felt from the onset uncomfortable.
So ons het maar net gegaan op wat gebeure van die dag.
We just went up to what happened the day.
My Lord, if you will just bear with me, I just want to make sure of one thing. You said that you had learned or received information about the searching of Joshlin that took place on that evening. I just want to know, did you ask him about that? Did you confront him with that information that you had about the search?
Hy het gesê hy het informasie gekry in verband met die soektog van die aand Het u hom gevra daaroor?
In other words, his role, his involvement
Sy
in the
rol,
search.
sy betrokkenheid.
Ja, ek het hom gevra.
Yes, I asked him.
Ek het vir hom gesê informasie is dat hy het nie deelgeneem aan die soektog na Joshlin by aand nie.
I said to him, information came that you did not take part in the search for Joshlin that night.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hy Stefano
He informed you that he and Stefano
en Nilo
and Nilo,
het dwelms gebruik
they were using drugs
by Stefano se huis
at Stefano's house.
en hy is eers huis toe die aand na load shedding.
He only went home that night after load shedding.
So did you ask him why he did not participate?
Het u van gevra hoekom hy het nie deelgeneem?
Van hy en Stefano en Nilo het drugs gebruik.
Because
hy gaan rook
him, Stefano and Nilo were smoking drugs.
en dit het gebeur voor die waar ek aan hom gestel het van dat hy sekerlike vaderfiguur is vir Joshlin.
That is after I said to him, he must be a certain father figure to Joshlin.
All right. And then he closed up.
Ja, edelagbare, ek kan in die oggend
The morning, my Lord,
van die 19e
of the 19th,
het hy ook aan my genoem
he also mentioned to me
dat Joshlin op die vraag hoekom is Joshlin Rico nie skool toe nie,
I wanted to know as to why did Joshlin and Rico not go to school.
dat hulle nie te gesond gewees het die oggend nie.
Then he said that they were not well that morning.
They, both of them.
Ja,
Beide van hulle. Yes.
Okay. And when you asked him about the relationship between him and Joshlin, what was his reaction?
En toe u hom vra oor die verhouding tussen homself en Joshlin, wat was sy reaksie geweest?
hy het nie 'n comment gehad of gehad eintlik en hy wou nie gesê het oor hulle verhouding nie. Dus ek het my verwys na Kelly toe. Edelagbare.
He
Kelly te vra.
couldn't give me a comment, he couldn't give me an answer.
Please interpret the last part. Just repeat the last part of your answer.
Kan u die laaste gedeelte van u antwoord weer herhaal?
Hy het my verwys na Kelly toe dat ek vir Kelly moet vra.
He referred me to Kelly, I must ask Kelly.
All right. So, was that then the end of your interview with him on that Sunday?
Was dit nou die einde van die onderhoud met hom op daardie Sondag?
Dis korrek edelagbare.
It's correct, my Lord.
So then what was the next thing that happened? Did you then tell us?
Wat het toe volgende gebeur?
Na hom het ek en ons het uitgestap. Ek het vir Kelly gekry. Ek kan onthou Kelly was nog buite gesit en rook.
After that, we went out, then found Kelly. I remember she was still smoking.
Ons het toe ingegaan na dieselfde kantoor toe waar ek en sy begin het met die onderhoud.
We went into the same office.
Ons onderhoud het dieselfde begin soos met die van Boeta.
Our interview started in the same fashion as with Buddha.
Oor waarvan sy kom,
From where is she?
wat doen sy,
What is she doing?
vir kinders het sy, die
How many
gewone.
kids she has?
Van die begin van die onderhoud het ek agtergekom dat sy is baie, ek ken die Afrikaanse woord, die edgy.
From the beginning of this interview, my lord, witness says in his own words, I picked up that she was edgy.
Ek het daarna genoem
I mentioned to her
wat ek vir Boeta gevra het oor die verhouding tussen Boeta met Joshlin, tussen Boeta en Joshlin.
About the question I asked Boeta about the relationship between him and Joshlin.
En dat Boeta sê ek moet vir haar vra.
And Boeta told me that I must ask her.
Can I just ask you, before you get to that, just when you say that she was very edgy, what do you mean? Just put that into words. Explain what you mean with edgy.
As hy sê sy was edgy, kan een woorde verduidelik wat bedoel jy daarmee?
Ek kon gesien het tot 'n mate dat sy opgewerk is.
I could pick up for at a certain stage that she was a little bit upbeat.
Just did you say opgewerk of opgewek?
Opgewerk.
Opgewerk.
Worked up.
Worked up. Thank you, Alex.
Sorry, I missed that one. Sorry, my apologies.
So maybe just on that point, if I can try and clarify. You've been a police officer for many, many years. Have you encountered people that you stuck regularly in your career? Could that edginess and the worked upness that you saw in her be explained maybe by the use of stuck? From your experience?
Volgens die ondervinding kan hierdie opwerk en hierdie edginess terwille van tik veroorsaak word, volgens die ervaring.
Edelagbare, daar in my ondervinding, wat ek al gesien het.
And my experience of what I've seen, my lord.
Het ek al different symptome gesien as mense op tik is.
Ja.
Different symptome.
Verskillende symptome.
Different symptoms.
Ek het al tegekom met gemeenskaplede wat tik gebruik het kort voor ons by hulle gekom het.
I came across people who use tik.
Van hulle is baie hyperactive.
Some of them are
very
hyperactive.
Hyperactive.
Van hulle was aggressive geweest.
Some of them was aggressive.
Ek kan nie dink aan die Afrikaanse woord nie.
You can use the English word.
Kan ek maar die colloquial language gebruik?
Ja, gebruik die.
Amper soos in die Zulu blues. Hulle swing. Van hulle was happy en so wat is nou.
Witness says they would like swimming, appearing to be very happy.
So het is moeilik om te sê wat die development my ondervinding van elke persoon se symptome was baie verskillend geweest.
It's difficult for me as far as my experience is concerned because people's symptoms will be different.
Maar ek weet as jy sien wanneer iemand opgewerk is, jy kan sien dat die ene is nou op sy frustrated nou. Because die hele demeanor van haar was like, wat nou? Maar klaar, ek wil gaan.
The worked up which I saw with her was like she was frustrated. She was in a situation whereby, what now? Let's finish off.
I in any event, my lord, may I proceed? I have interrupted you, so please bear with me. Just as a little bit of background, when you now asked her about her as a person and where she's from and who she is, share that with us, please.
Kan u nou met ons deel in te veel vrae van waar sy is, wie sy is? Kan u vir ons moontlik die hof van 'n prentjie bring?
So. Dit is reg Lombaard. Kelly het met my meegedeel dat sy is 'n ouma kind.
She said to me she was a grandmother's child.
Sy het by haar ouma groot geword.
She grew up with a grandmother.
En dat haar ma en haar ander broers en susters in die Noord-Kaap bly.
That her mother and her other siblings were residing in the Northern Cape.
Sy het gematrikuleer. Sy het groot geword in Deelsville.
She grew up in Deelsville.
Dat sy is op dwelms.
She's on drugs.
Sy het my gesê sy is lief vir haar kinders.
She said she had.
Sy is lief vir haar kinders.
She said she loved the kids a lot.
En sy het met my meegedeel dat sy al op verskillende plekke gebly het.
She even mentioned to me that she stayed at different places.
Dat Joshlin en Rachel se pa verskil van Rekon se pa. Dit was twee.
Joshlin and Rachel's father were different from Requen's.
Op daardie stadium het ek ook met my meegedeel dat Joshlin se pa is nie in Deelsville meer nie, hy is in die Noord-Kaap.
Then he said at that stage Joshlin's father was not in Deelsville anymore, he's in the Northern Cape.
Can I just check with you? Did she say Jocelyn's father or Rachel's father?
Joshlin en Rachel het dieselfde pa.
Joshlin and Rachel got the same father, my lord.
En dat hulle pa
That their father
in die Noord-Kaap, ja.
is now in the Northern Cape.
En ek kan nie onthou wat die vraag gewees in daai gedeelte van die onderhoud nie.
I don't remember as to what part of the interview.
Maar omdat ek gesien het dat sy so op daai is.
Then when I picked up that she was so,
het ek 'n vraag aan haar gestel en sy het toe vir my gesê dat sy is bang vir niemand nie.
I asked that question whether she's not scared of any person.
Ek kan onthou die vraag dat ek mag gebruik as 'n uitlaatklep. As 'n uitlaatklep vir haar net te sê.
Kan hoor.
Ek het gebruik as 'n uitlaatklep.
Release valve.
Release valve.
Oh, a release valve, my lord. Thanks.
Uitlaatklep.
On a lighter note, I'm trying to visualize always when people testify. So I'm visualizing this experienced detective sitting in the office and analyzing the person sitting on the other side of the table and thinking about the next question. Was that about it? How you did it?
Dit was deel van dit edelagbare.
It was part of it, my lord.
En dit wat sekere goed wat Boeta vir my gesê het, as ook dit wat ek gehoor het van die ondersoek.
It was because of the stuff which Boeta told me and some other stuff I heard
Mr.
from
Brown,
the investigation.
you're not speaking into the microphone.
Oh, it was because of certain stuff Boeta told me and other stuff I got through the investigation, my lord.
En as ook om informasie te kry van die discrepancies wat daar is oor was Boeta by die huis, was hy nie by die huis sê, die gedeelte op Boeta, wat het gebeur.
And also the discrepancies between the two of them, whether was Boeta at home, what happened.
So, sy is gesels aangegaan het formuliere, maar die vraag, maar jy weet waar twee wil beweeg.
Did she say where she was from?
That's a handbook.
Sy is van Namakwaland, edelagbare.
She's from Namakwaland, my lord.
oorspronkelijk van Namakwaland.
Originally from the Namakwaland.
And whilst we were now dealing with this, did she also tell you what happened to the father of Rekwen?
Toe u nog bezig met haar was, het heeft gesê wat geword met wat Rekwen se pa geword.
Ik denk, ik heb dat gevraagd.
I think I asked him,
maar daar was niks wat ik kan onthou wat je gesê het van die pa nie.
But there's nothing which I can remember that she mentioned about the father.
Van die focus was geweest oor Joshlin, visie familie om Joshlin.
The focus was about Joshlin, who's the family around Joshlin.
I can see that you're thinking, so you're not 100% sure of that answer, correct?
Ek kan optel ik denk, is hij 100% zeker met die antwoord?
Ik heb gedink dit later.
I thought yes, my lord.
But there's nothing wrong for a witness to refresh his memory.
No, indeed, my lord. That's why I'm just saying, I don't think that that's going to be an issue. It's in any event in the plea explanation. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. But if the witness wanted to, you would be able to refresh his memory from the statement. All right. So the interview with Kelly.
Onderhoud met Kelly.
Edel achtbare, ik heb die onderhoud begin met de vraag wat Boeta bij mij gelost het. Ik heb die onderhoud begin met de vraag wat Boeta met mij gelost het, gelaat het.
Start with the question was Joshlin left with Boeta.
Die vraag wat Boeta bij mij gelost het.
The question Boeta left with me about Joshlin relationship.
Dat was mijn eerste vraag na.
That was my first question.
En ik heb dan aangenomen dat Boeta gezegd, ik ben voor jou vrouw.
I mentioned to her that Boeta said I must ask you.
In context het jy gesê dat sy nie fout sien met hulle verhouding nie.
In context, she said she doesn't see any fault in their relationship.
En dat hulle verhouding okay is.
And that their relationship was okay.
When you're saying this, you're referring to the relationship between Boeta and Joshlin,
As a
correct?
verhouding tussen Boeta en Joshlin. That's correct, my lord.
Ik heb toe die verklaring van Kelly, wat die polisie al aangeneem het met die tijd, ik heb begin sommer met die verklaring, toe begin te lees.
The statement of Kelly, which the policeman already had, I started reading it.
In die gedeelte waar ons gekom het, dat sy nou uit die werk het gekom die middag en dat sy sê Boeta was nie daar nie, het sy mee gestop.
Up to the part whereby when she was coming from work and Boeta wasn't there.
En ek sal nooit vergeet hoe sy vir my geantwoord het op daai toe sy mee gestop het nie.
And then she stopped me. I won't forget as to what she said after she stopped me.
Van haar stemtoon het van die edgy persoon se stemtoon tot 'n normale stemtoon gekom.
The tone now from the edgy person now become lowers to a normal tone.
En sy sê in soveel woorde vir my dat
she said to me in so much words that
sy verkeerd gepraat het.
She said wrong.
Dat Boeta wel by die huis gewees het toe sy te werk het kom.
So she said Boeta was at home when I come from work.
En dat Boeta gehelp soek het.
And Boeta assisted in searching.
Een van die vrae wat ek aan haar gestel het was
One of the questions I asked her, my lord,
dat daar gerugte rondloop
there's information running around
dat Joshlin dat die kinders nie skool toe is nie,
that Joshlin didn't go to school
omdat hulle skoolklere vuil was.
because their school clothing was dirty.
Sy het met my meegedeel dat daai gerug nie waar is nie.
She said to me that information is not true.
Soos jy onderhoud aangegaan het ons basies gegaan oor wat gebeur het daai dag.
As the interview was progressing, my lord, we just went on to what happened that day.
Sy het bevestig dat sy die oggend vroeg werk toe is,
She confirmed that the morning early she went to work.
dat sy vir Rachel afgeleid by die kleuterskool,
She left Rochelle at the crash.
dat sy later die oggend huis toe gekom het,
Later that morning she went home
dat waar hulle tik gebruik het,
where they used tuck,
sy en Boetana.
say in Buddha.
Sy het ook met my meegedeel dat Joshlin by die huis gebly het,
She also said to me that Joshlin would remain at home.
terwyl sy by die werk is en sy later die middag huis toe gekom het.
When she was at home until she came back later that afternoon.
Did she tell you why Joshlin and Requin did not go to school?
Ja, sy het gesê hoekom is Joshlin in Requin skool toe.
Op die vraag wat ek waar gestel het van die gerug dat die kinders is by die huis van die velklere, het sy gesê nee, dis nie waar nie.
From what I asked her about the rumors running around about the children's clothes being dirty, she said that's not true.
Because ek het onmiddellik opgelet dat Boeta het vir my gesê hulle is by die huis met die velklere, hulle is by die huis omdat hulle nie gesond is nie.
Because Buddha told me that they were at home because they were not well.
En ek sê van wat die mense sê die klere is vuil.
And I said to her, but people say the clothes are dirty.
En sy het daai rome van die hand geskiet.
Say that and gezien.
Sy het gesê dit is nie waar nie.
She said it's not true, my lord.
I understand, maybe I'm just stupid, but
Now the next question must be, did you ask her about whether they were well or unwell?
Het nie
Or
vir
not?
ligbaar
Or
gevra.
did you just leave it there?
Het nie vir gevra wie kinders
Te simmer vir hom.
siek was of nie siek nie. Of het net daar gelaat.
Die lagbare, ek kan dit wel gevra het.
I might have asked it, my lord.
En die moontlik is dat ek dit daar gelos het.
There's a possibility that I could have left it there.
Maar wat die bevestiging wat ek gekry het is dat Joshlin wel die oggend by die huis gewees het.
But the confirmation which I got, oh my lord, but Joshlin was that morning at home.
En dat sy die kinders saam met Boeta Rekoon en van Joshlin saam met Boeta gelos het by die huis.
She left with the children, Joshlin, Requin, with Buddha that morning.
Ek noem te veel, maar in die tyd wat ons nou deur daai gewone goed gaan wat gebeur het.
During the time then, when we're talking about what happened the day,
Gooi sy ook net in 'n ding waar sy sê wat ek is 'n goeie ma, ek is lief vir my kinders.
she would just contribute that I'm a good man, I'm a very good mother for my kids. I love my kids.
Ek noem aan haar dat daar's gerugte dat
I said to her, there's a rumor that
dat sy, en ek het gesê, ek dink ek gesê Boeta ook, die volgorde van die dag soos dinge gebeur, verander heeltyd.
the way you and Buddha explains what happened the day would be different.
En dat ons gaan nou in detail gaan met dit. En tot my verbasing
To my surprise,
het sy aan my gesê dat
she said to me
Joshlin nie meer in Saldanha Bay is nie.
That Joshlin is not in Saldanha Bay anymore.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe,
She wants to proceed with her life
want sy het nog 2 ander kinders.
because she's got other 2 children.
Sorry, I just want to be sure of the word. Sy moet aangaan of sy wil aangaan?
Sy moet, sy moet aangaan met haar lewe.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe want
She
sy het
must
nog 2 kinders.
Proceed with her life, my Lord, because she's got other 2 children.
En agbare dit het vir my uit die water uit geslaan bekom. Ek het nie so iets verwag net gaan uitkom na my toe nie.
Oh, it was quite a shock to me. I didn't expect this to come to me from a mother.
Ek het onmiddellik vir haar gevra wat
Immediately I asked her,
hoe weet sy dat Joshlin nie meer in Saldanha Bay is nie?
what do you mean that Joshlin is not in Saldanha anymore?
Can I just... Did you say, how does she mean, or how does she know?
Hoe weet sy?
Hoe weet sy?
How does she know?
Thank you.
Sy het aan my geantwoord dat
She answered me that
my kind is weg.
my child is gone.
Just a moment. Yes. Just one moment, this one. If any of these microphones, and I take it it's the model, are going to come loose tomorrow, I'll take them all off. So if people want to attach their things, they're going to have to do it properly. These loose pieces of wire, because it's not ours, because it's irritating me. I'm sorry, Captain.
En agbare, ek kan nie gehoor wat jy sê nie.
Ja, dit kan nie.
Now I'm saying these people that attach these loose wires to our microphones, if they can't do it properly, they mustn't do it. Because it falls off and it swings right here in front of my face and it irritates me. And if it does it again tomorrow, I'll take it off and I'll chuck it on the floor. Yes.
En Arme weet dit gesê, het ek vir haar al 'n paar keer gevra, wat bedoel sy daarmee? Hoe weet sy?
After she mentioned that, my Lord, I asked her a few times as to what does she mean about that, how does she know?
Sy kon nie geen konkrete antwoord gee wat sy bedoel of hoe sy weet.
She couldn't give me an answer as to what was she meaning and how does she know.
Ms. Honorable, may I just check with you? You know because you have a statement and you've consulted with a witness.
Yes.
How much more time do you need with the witness? Because you're now busy with... No, I'm talking about just with that interview of Kelly, of that day.
Yes.
Because I thought if we can finish that, but I don't want to go on too long because there's a social worker here that came for a specific purpose and she was going to come between 1 and 2, but because we changed our lunchtime hours, she couldn't do what she was supposed to do. And she's coming back at 3, so I don't want to inconvenience her again through our process. So if you go up to a sensible point, unless if you can finish by 3 with this interview, you just tell me, we take the break then.
Indeed, my lord. Thank you. I'm just going to do small. Yeah. So, if you're now saying that you kept on asking her, what does she mean with this? Or how does she know this, that Joshlin is no longer in Saldanha? Did she ever give you any concrete answer to those questions?
Toe u vir haar vra, hoe weet u dat Joshlin nie op Saldanha wees nie? Het sy vir enige vaste antwoord vir u gegee?
Nee, Lombaard.
No, my lord.
And what was her demeanor in your experience as an investigating officer?
Volgens
What was her demeanor at the time?
u ondervinding as 'n ondersoekbeampte, wat was haar voorkomstigheid?
Haar stem het weer verander na daai edgy persoon.
The tone changed again to the edgy person.
En sy was nog steeds so, hoe kan ek sê, opgewerk.
She was still worked up.
Did she display any specific emotion?
Het sy enige emosie, spesifieke emosie bewys?
Die enigste emosie wat ek opgetel het van haar
The only emotions I pick up from her, my lord,
is daai edgy aggressive, hoe sy haarself oorgedra het.
it is this edgy, aggressive as a display of her.
This revelation that she told you, that she said, Joshlin is nie langer in Saldanha nie. Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe, want sy het nog 2 ander kinders. Did she say that to you only once?
Hierdie gedeelte waar sy so gesê het, Joshlin is nie in Saldanha nie, sy moet aangaan met haar lewe, sy het ander kinders. Het sy dit aan een keer gesê?
Nee, Lombaard, sy het dit weer gesê later in die onderhoud.
No, my lord. She mentioned that later in the interview.
Op daardie stadium van die onderhoud was die eerste keer wat sy dit genoem het.
Okay.
At that stage of the interview, it was the first time she mentioned it.
All right, so sorry, then I'm jumping the gun. My apologies. Okay, so after she said this the first time, what did you then do? You now continuously ask her, how does she know this? But she never gave you a concrete answer.
Toe u vir vrou, hoe weet u daarvan, het sy nie vir u vaste antwoord gegee nie.
En Lombaard, ek het aan haar genoem in soveel woorde.
I mentioned to her in so much words, my lord.
Hoe kan 'n ma
How can a mother,
van 'n kind vergeet in 'n paar dae?
a mother can forget about a child in a few days?
En hoe kan 'n ma so praat?
How can a mother speak like that?
Ek noem aan haar dat
I further mentioned to her, my lord,
jy sê dat jy swaar is oor jou kind,
you say you're so heartbroken about your child,
maar jy wys geen emosies nie.
but you show no emotions.
Ek het ook aan haar genoem dat
I further mentioned to her, my lord,
daar's baie ouens hier buite.
that's my,
Ouers
there are a lot of parents outside
wat sukkel om in te gaan met hulle lewe van hulle kinders is nog steeds weg.
who are struggling to carry on with their lives because their children are still gone.
En hier sê Kelly wat in minder as 'n week besluit om aan te gaan met haar lewe en te vergeet van haar kind.
But here you are, Kelly, for within less than a week that you must forget about your child.
Yes.
Did she respond to that?
Het ze geantwoord daarop? Het ze reageerd daarop?
Sy het stil gebly.
She kept quiet, my lord.
Ek het toe vir haar gesê wat
Then I said to her, but
jy vra eers hoe ver die polisie is met die ondersoek van jou kind.
you don't even inquire from the police as how far you are with the investigation of your child.
Jy vra nie van enige nuwe leidrade is nie.
You don't even ask if there are any leads.
En haar respons by was gewees dat wat is daar, soveel woorde, wat is daar om te vra?
Then the response to me was that so much what is there for me to ask?
Ek kon sien daai tyd dat sy was nou heeltemal kwaad geweest. Sy was heeltemal kwaad.
Ja?
Heeltemal kwaad.
Completely cross, heeltemal kwaad.
Oh, she was completely cross, my lord.
Ek het ook aan haar genoem, ergens in gesels,
I
dat
also mentioned to her during this conversation, my lord,
dat daar is mense daar buite
there are people
wat hulle tyd opoffer,
who give up their time,
hulle resources,
the resources of them,
om na jou kind te soek.
to search for your child,
En jy het basies nie belangstelling in dit nie.
but you don't have any interest in it.
My Lord, I think I've realized it is 3 o'clock already. We're not going to finish this now. Can we perhaps, is this an opportune time?
That's fine. Can we do 8:45 again tomorrow morning? 8:45. Pollis, Malmesbury Saps, Miss Smith, Lombaard Saps. One last thing, seeing that I'm in the complaining mood this afternoon. Over the weekend, I saw one of the news channels, I don't even know which one it was. After we adjourned, could have been on the weekend, could also have been Monday, I'm not sure. People were here behind the bench. I saw a clip, a news clip, which was taken where people were standing here behind the bench, recording in the afternoon after we adjourned. I don't know who gave them permission or how this is allowed. I've never heard of the media going onto the bench. I leave my notes and books open here. And I didn't want to see who it was. But you know who you are. Don't let it happen again. The court will adjourn.